This is relaxation content, not medical or psychological advice. You are lying still with your eyes closed, feeling the quiet weight of the day pressing into your body, like dust settling on a shelf. There's no need to move, no need to fix anything tonight. The soft pull of night has already begun its work on you. Your hands rest where they've fallen, one palm up, one hand resting lightly over your stomach, and that is enough. And one gentle note before we go further. This is a place to rest, not medical advice, and it is no substitute for professional care. If sleep keeps being hard night after night, a licensed healthcare professional is the right person to walk that with you. For tonight, there is nothing to fix. You are not required to be useful right now. You do not have to protect anyone's peace or anticipate how someone might react tomorrow. No need to rehearse what you said today, or wonder whether you were too quiet, too loud, too present, too absent. Your voice was heard when it needed to be. That is enough. You are off duty for the night. You do not have to decide anything about the future. The decision has already been made. You can stop checking on everyone else's comfort and simply be here, in this moment, with your body resting beneath you. Breathing through your nose, each breath a soft current moving in and out, like water over stone. There is no one waiting for you to fix anything now. No one needs you to hold the space between their words and your silence. You do not need to soften their disappointment before it arrives. There's no obligation to prepare an apology or a reassurance before they even speak. The people in your life are held by their own lives, just as you are. You have been tending to others all day, listening closely to tone, watching for shifts in posture, noting when someone paused too long after a question, tracking how a smile lingered or faded. You carry the unspoken weight of every small hesitation, every silence that felt too big. And now, as you lie here with your eyes closed, that same awareness is still active. It's not letting go. But tonight, you can let this part of you step back. You don't have to care for everyone else in order to be good enough. You are already whole without being needed. The fact that someone might feel overlooked isn't yours to carry unless you choose to hold it. And right now, tonight, the choice is not to carry anything more. Imagine your hands opening slowly, like a door sliding open on silent hinges. Not because they need to be empty, but because you've decided, just for this night, that you do not have to keep them full of care for others. You don't have to hold space for their emotions unless it's what you want. Let the thoughts about people who might be waiting to hear from you dissolve like mist in morning light. Let your mind release the image of someone frowning or turning away or saying nothing at all. Those moments are not yours to prevent. You do not need to stop them before they happen. You don't have to guard against regret. Not tonight. The past is no longer a place where you must run repairs. It has already passed. There's no one to convince of your intentions. No conversation left unfinished in the way that feels incomplete, even if it seems like something was missed, even if someone seemed disappointed. That feeling belongs only to them. You don't need to own it. Let go of what you thought they might say now, whether it's gentle or sharp, forgiving or distant. Let their words float away, not because they're unimportant, but because the responsibility for them is no longer yours to manage. Your shoulders are heavy with years of bracing against future requests, even when there's nothing said aloud. You've already tensed your jaw in anticipation of someone needing help, preparing a kind word before it was asked for, rehearsing an apology that might never come. Your body remembers every moment you stood ready to act. But tonight, your shoulders do not need to be stiff with readiness. Let them soften slowly, like warm wax falling from a candle, and sink deeper into the mattress. Allow your chest to open just slightly without needing to fill it with breath for someone else's sake. Your breathing can simply be yours now, slow and quiet. Feel how the weight of your arms rests on the surface beneath you. Not reaching out, not holding anything back, just resting. You don't need to keep them ready to move or respond. There is no signal coming through the air tonight that requires an answer. Let your jaw unclench without needing to decide it's okay to do so. Let your teeth relax, even if just a little. Let your tongue rest against the roof of your mouth, not for any purpose other than being where it naturally settles when you are still. You don't have to be alert. You don't need to listen for footsteps in the hallway or soft sighs from another room. There's no one waiting to wake you with a quiet plea. No moment that requires you to rise and move without choice. The night has no demands on your attention. It only asks that you stay present, not as a caretaker, not as a fixer, but simply as someone who is allowed to be. There's nothing wrong with being tired of trying so hard to get it right. There's nothing broken about wanting to stop measuring every moment against how others might feel. You are permitted to want quiet, even if you've earned the right to have it only by first giving everything else away. Let your mind unspool from its loop, the replaying, the scanning, the silent corrections of what you said or didn't say. Let that pattern fade like a recording, playing too long on repeat until the sound wears thin and stops. The need to be right about how people feel isn't something you must satisfy tonight. You do not have to answer for anyone's comfort. You're not responsible for whether someone slept well, felt seen, or found peace after your words. They carry their own feelings, like water in a glass that doesn't spill until it's tipped over. You don't need to prevent the tipping. Your body is beginning to know what rest feels like without guilt. Your spine curves gently into the bed, not because of posture, but because gravity has taken hold. The softness beneath you supports every curve and edge. No one needs to straighten your back or fix your slouch. You are allowed to be as you are. Breathe in through your nose. Slowly, steadily, letting air fill your lungs without rushing it. Let the breath rise into your chest, not because you want to keep someone awake with your presence, but simply because it is what happens when your body lets go. Exhale through your mouth, softly, almost silently, releasing tension that has lived in your ribs for hours, days, maybe longer. Not as a performance, not as proof of how kind or patient you are, but just as breath leaves your body when there's no need to hold it anymore. You don't have to be useful right now. You don't even have to be thoughtful. You can simply exist in the space between thoughts, in the quiet after a word has been spoken and before another one comes. In that gap where nothing is required of you, there is room for sleep. There's no need to apologize for needing to stop caring about whether people feel okay. Caring deeply doesn't mean you must carry their burden. You can care without doing the work of fixing it all. You can love someone and still not be responsible for how they feel when you are not near. You don't have to predict what will happen tomorrow, not even a little bit. There's no need to check if anyone is waiting or whether your silence might be misread. The world continues without requiring your constant vigilance. It doesn't depend on your attention in this moment. The thoughts that return, the ones about someone who looked away too quickly or smiled too briefly, they don't have power tonight. You can acknowledge them gently, like noticing a shadow passing across the floor, and then let them drift into darkness without following. You can let your hands rest where they are, palms up on the surface beneath you, not because they're supposed to be there, but simply because gravity has found its way into them. There's no need to keep them ready, no signal to catch, no gesture to prepare. They don't have to remember how to hold a cup or press a button or offer comfort with just the weight of touch. Your fingers are allowed to soften, to lose their habit of waiting for something to do. The space between your thumb and forefinger feels open now, not empty, not useless, but available in a way that doesn't require purpose. The back of your hands is warm where it meets the blanket, a quiet heat that spreads like slow ink into skin. It's not urgent. It isn't trying to signal anything. You don't need to use that warmth for anyone else's sake. Let it stay. Let it be unclaimed by any intention. Your fingertips are no longer rehearsing how to trace someone's shoulder in reassurance, or where to place a hand on a table so as not to make a sound. They're just fingers, part of your body, part of you, and they can lie still without being judged for their stillness. Your shoulders have stopped rising, like tides trying to reach the shore.
The weight that used to pull them up toward your ears has finally settled. Not because you told it to, but because the effort required to keep them there no longer exists. There's nothing left to brace against. No one is watching for a reaction. No invisible line of expectation runs between what you do and how someone else will interpret it. You're not being measured by your posture, your expression, your silence. The breath in your chest moves easily now, like water finding its own level after a long disturbance. It doesn't need to be deep or steady or deliberate. It just is. Your ribs no longer feel the pressure of needing to rise high enough to signal care or fall low enough to show surrender. They move with their own rhythm, gentle, unforced, and complete in themselves. The air around you holds your shape without demanding anything from it. You don't have to stay upright for others' comfort. The space beneath you doesn't ask you to be more present than you are. It simply supports the softness of what you've become. The part that has stopped trying to prove its worth through performance. There's a quiet in your jaw, too, where tension used to live like a small animal crouched under skin. You don't have to clench it against disappointment or keep it open for someone else's approval. Your teeth are not required to stay aligned just because you're lying down with eyes closed. Let them loosen. Let the muscles that press behind your ears relax into their own neutral place, like leaves falling from a tree no one is waiting to see. You don't have to be aware of how long this silence lasts. You don't need to count breaths or track time by whether thoughts come and go. The seconds pass without needing to be accounted for. No one will notice if you drift into stillness before the next sound, before another voice enters your mind. There's no record being kept. You're not on duty, not even in spirit. You do not need to stay alert for signs of hurt or missing connection. The quiet doesn't require you to listen anymore. Not for a whisper, not for an unspoken worry, not for the sound of someone needing something you can't give tonight. The memories that rise, those fleeting moments where someone's expression changed just slightly, or their tone dropped a fraction lower than usual. They don't have power in this space. You don't need to interpret them now. They're like old photographs left out on a shelf, not meant for viewing every night. Let the light touch them without holding them up. You can let go of the habit of checking whether you said enough or too little, whether your tone was soft enough, clear enough, kind enough. That part of you that wants to be perfect in how it touches others, let that soften now. It doesn't have to do anything. It's not needed right here. Your chest is open, not because you're trying to be generous, but because there's nothing left to hold inside. No pressure from the outside, no demand from within. There's just this, a quiet, hollow space where breath comes and goes without explanation or need for validation. The darkness around your eyes feels like something that has always been here, warm and familiar, not empty, not fearful. It doesn't ask you to think about anything beyond what is already present. You don't have to imagine someone's face in it or wonder if they're thinking of you. There's no story being told. Your hands are still resting. Your breath continues. The blanket holds your weight without flinching. Nothing inside you needs fixing. No part of you has failed. Not because you've done anything special, but simply because this moment doesn't require performance. You can be tired and still not have to earn rest. You don't need to justify lying here, eyes closed, body relaxed. The fact that you're doing so means nothing other than that your system is finally allowed to stop running. There's a rhythm in the quiet, soft but steady, that isn't tied to any purpose. It doesn't move toward anything. There are no goals tucked into its pace. This rhythm just is. And you are part of it, not as someone who must contribute, but simply as someone who is allowed to be. The silence between thoughts expands like a room that wasn't there before. You don't need to fill it with memories or corrections or future plans. It doesn't care if you're thinking about anything at all. There's no judgment in the stillness. No one will say, "You should have done something different." Not tonight. Your body has stopped preparing for someone else's reaction. It doesn't brace when a sound comes from another room. It doesn't tense in anticipation of being called back into service. The muscles that used to coil at the edge of hearing, those are relaxed now. They don't need to be ready. You can stop scanning your own behavior as if it were a map someone else might follow. You don't have to check whether you've left any gaps, missed any cues, failed in some invisible way. The day is over. Not because you did anything to close it, but because time has passed and now it's night. You are not responsible for how people feel when you're gone from their sight. Not even a little bit. Their feelings aren't yours to carry. They don't belong to your care, nor do they depend on your presence or attention. Let the idea of being needed fade, not with regret, not with fear, but simply as something that no longer applies here. You are not required to be useful in this moment, not even slightly. You can exist without producing comfort, without offering clarity, without speaking at all. The air around you is thick with ordinary stillness, the kind that only happens when nothing demands a response. The quiet isn't waiting for you to say something. It's already complete. It doesn't want anything from you. You don't have to be careful how you breathe now. You can inhale deeply, letting it fill your body without thinking of whether the sound might wake someone or disturb the balance of peace in the room. The breath is not a performance. It's just air moving through you, your own, your private, your unshared. The warmth under your skin spreads outward like light after sunset, a slow glow that doesn't need to be seen by anyone. You don't have to prove it exists. It simply does. Your eyelids are heavy, not from fatigue alone, but from the ease of no longer needing to stay awake for someone else's sake. There's nothing left to watch for. No one is waiting with an unmet expectation. The world continues without you being present in every detail. You can let your attention drift where it will. No need to keep it on anything. Let it wander through the quiet space between sounds, into the soft pause after a footstep fades, or the moment just before the clock ticks again. There's no reason to bring it back if it leaves. No obligation to stay focused. The space around you holds your shape without needing to name it. You're not a role, not a presence that must be accounted for. There's no need to measure yourself against anyone else's silence or stillness. The room doesn't expect anything of your body. It only receives it. Your shoulders rest where they fall, not because you've decided on the position, but because there's nothing pulling them upward anymore. No one is waiting to see if you're standing ready. No voice inside has to be quieted for fear of being overheard. The weight in your arms isn't tension. It's simply gravity, holding you down into the mattress, into this moment, into not having to answer anything. You don't need to decide whether the blankets are enough or too much. They're neither too light nor too heavy. You're not measuring comfort against someone else's standards. The way they lie over your legs isn't an act of care. It's just fabric, soft and familiar, settling in the same place it has for many nights now. It doesn't need to be adjusted because you've been good or bad. It's not tracking whether you deserved this peace. The warmth beneath your skin is no longer a signal that you're doing something right. It's not proof of effort. It's just heat, slow and steady, rising from the core of you like steam from earth after rain. You don't have to wonder if it will be enough for someone else. It doesn't belong to anyone. It isn't meant to soothe or reassure. It simply exists like a small fire in a distant room that's never been turned on, but still glows faintly. There is no list of things left undone, not even one lingering item tucked behind your ribs like a stone you forgot was there. There are no last words unspoken, no apologies half-formed and abandoned. You don't have to replay the tone of your voice in that moment when someone looked away. You don't need to measure whether it was too soft or too sharp. The sound has already passed through the air and disappeared into silence, like a footprint in snow that melts without being seen. Your hands rest open on the surface beneath you, not clenched, not reaching for anything. They are empty, not because they've been used up, but because there's nothing left to give. No gesture needs to be made. No offering must be prepared. The space between your fingers is wide and unoccupied, like a window that hasn't yet been drawn shut. You don't have to keep them ready for someone else's need. The quiet isn't holding its breath. It's not waiting for you to say anything, or do anything, or even think the right thought. It doesn't care if your mind is full or empty. The silence just stays, thick and soft, like dust settling on a shelf after years of stillness. There are no expectations embedded in it. No one has left behind a message that needs deciphering. Your chest rises and falls without calculation. You don't have to control the depth of each breath. It's not about filling your lungs or clearing out old thoughts. It's just air moving through you, flowing in and out as if time were no longer measured by whether someone else is listening. The rhythm isn't a performance. It doesn't need to be steady for anyone. It can slow down without warning, pause between beats, like the space before a word is spoken. There's no one who needs your attention tonight, not even yourself. You're not being watched, not even in memory. There are no eyes on you from anywhere. No hidden corners where someone might be judging how long you stay still, or whether you've allowed enough emotion to show. The absence of scrutiny isn't freedom. It's simply the way things are now. No one is watching for a reaction. The dark behind your eyelids feels like something that has always been there. Not a lack of light, but its own kind of presence. Thick and full, not cold or empty. It doesn't demand anything from you. You don't have to make sense of it. There's no need to imagine shapes in the darkness, to look for meaning behind patterns that aren't there. The dark is just what happens when light is gone. You can stop asking whether someone was happy with how things went, whether they felt seen, or heard, or remembered. You don't have to calculate the weight of your words after they've been said. It doesn't matter if a smile faded too quickly, or if a pause lasted 1 second longer than usual. The moment has passed. The person is gone from that place in time, and so are you. There's no need to rehearse what could have been different. No version of the day where things went better. You don't have to imagine how someone might feel tomorrow because you didn't say something today. That feeling belongs to them, not to your care, not to your responsibility. It isn't yours to manage or predict. You're not required to be a mirror for anyone's mood. You don't need to reflect their joy or soften their disappointment. There's no obligation to match the tone of the room. Your voice doesn't have to rise or fall in sympathy with what someone else is feeling. You can simply exist, unchanging, without needing to respond. The weight that used to sit between your shoulders, the one you carried just by breathing, has started to loosen its grip. Not all at once, not because of some decision, but because it no longer has anything to hold on to. There's no reason for it to stay in place. It doesn't serve any purpose anymore. Your jaw is open slightly, not clenched, not tight with effort, but soft and loose, like the way a door swings back when there's nothing blocking it. No muscle needs to be strong. No posture must be maintained. The tension that used to live in your temples, the feeling of being on alert for the next shift in tone, has dissolved into silence. You don't have to protect anyone from what you're not doing. You don't need to hide your stillness or apologize for how little energy you're using. There's no performance required in being present. Being here doesn't mean you failed at anything else. It means nothing other than that you are allowed to stop. The room holds its shape around you without needing to be told what to do. The walls don't lean inward or outward because of your presence. They aren't responding to how well you listened or how much you gave up for the sake of peace. The air isn't thinner when you're not speaking. It doesn't shrink when you close your eyes. There's no one who needs you to be present in their story tonight. Not even a little bit. You don't have to stay awake so someone else can feel safe. There's no expectation that you'll remember every detail or keep track of each unspoken thought. The world moves on without requiring your attention. You're not needed for anything except being here. Just being where you are, in this space, with your body resting and your breath moving slowly through the quiet. That is enough. It doesn't need to be more than that. The silence isn't waiting for an answer. It's already complete. There's no unfinished business tucked inside it. No unmet promises or hidden messages. The stillness just stays, like water in a glass left on a table, not spilling because nothing is stirring it. You can stop measuring your worth by whether someone noticed you were gone. You don't have to wonder if anyone missed you. They might not even remember that you were there at all. And that's okay. It doesn't mean anything about who you are or what you did. There's no record of how long you stayed or how much effort you gave. No one is checking whether your kindness was generous enough or if your attention lasted long enough. The moment has passed. You're not being judged for it. The air in the room isn't lighter because you've stopped doing things. It's just still, like a pause between two notes that doesn't need to be filled. There's no pressure to make it meaningful. No need to prove anything by how long you stay quiet. The weight of the day settles deeper now, not as a burden, but as something that has simply found its place on your chest, in the hollow behind your ribs, like an old coat left on a chair overnight. You don't pull it off. It doesn't need to be removed. It's just there, and you're learning how to rest with it, not against it. The light from outside has gone low, not dark yet, but soft enough that edges blur into one another. The shape of the room shifts slowly, like a memory folding in on itself. There is no sound beyond your breathing, which moves through your body without demand or urgency, just as air passes through an open window when there's nothing to disturb it. You don't have to be useful tonight. You can let go of every task that hasn't been finished and every thought you've rehearsed for someone else's reaction. The things left unsaid are not debts. They aren't waiting in the silence like messages on a voicemail, demanding attention. There is no need to return their call. You don't have to imagine how they'll feel tomorrow when your name comes up, whether with relief or absence or surprise. You don't have to wonder if you were enough today, even for yourself. That question doesn't ring in the air anymore. It's not hanging on a thread between rooms. It dissolves into stillness. Your hands are open now, not curled around anything, not clutching fabric or holding back words. They lie flat against your thighs, palms up, like two small vessels that have stopped waiting to be filled. You're no longer bracing for the next request, nor preparing an answer before it's asked. There is nothing in either palm. The curve of your elbows softens into the mattress as if they've forgotten how tightness feels. Your shoulders sink not with defeat, but with release. A letting go that doesn't mean you're falling, only that gravity no longer needs to be resisted. You are allowed to fall without catching yourself. Your back presses gently against the bed. No effort to straighten it. No need to make your shape acceptable or upright for anyone else's comfort. It just rests there, curved in a way that says nothing about posture and everything about peace. The air around you doesn't shift when you exhale. There is no ripple of expectation through space because of how slowly your breath moves. You don't have to adjust it, slow it down, or speed it up for anyone's benefit. It comes as naturally as roots spreading underground, quietly, without notice, not needing permission. There's a warmth in the hollow beneath your collarbone that wasn't there before. Not heat exactly, but something like stillness made tangible, like sunlight caught inside fabric after being folded away. It settles low and steady, untouched by any thought about whether it should be shared or hidden. You don't have to protect this moment from anyone else's need for attention. No one will walk in here asking you to remember their name or repeat what they said earlier. There is no audience waiting beyond the door. The world outside doesn't depend on your presence, not even slightly. It continues without measuring whether you were there. The way a candle flame flickers when someone walks by, just once, isn't how this night behaves. You're not being watched. No one's gaze lingers to see if you are still awake or already asleep. There is no record of your wakefulness, and that means there's nothing to account for. Nothing needs confirming. You can let the last image from today, someone turning away after a brief smile, settle without rewriting it. You don't have to decide whether they were happy or indifferent, satisfied or disappointed. That moment has already passed into memory, like steam rising off tea. It doesn't need you anymore to keep its shape. Your ears no longer listen for footsteps in the hallway or voices raised too loud downstairs. There's nothing there that needs your ear to recognize it as important. You're not on guard. And so, silence remains undisturbed by fear of being missed. The floor beneath your feet, though far away now, is still solid, even if you can't feel it. The house is quiet because no one is waiting for a reply from the next room. No one needs to know what time it is or whether someone else has gone to bed yet. You don't have to be aware of anyone's sleep patterns tonight. Whether they're dreaming, restless, drifting off slowly, or even if they wake up alone and think about you briefly in their half-awake state. The thought doesn't need your attention. It floats through the air like a leaf caught in still water. The room holds its shape because it isn't trying to please anyone. The walls aren't leaning inward toward you or pulling away out of disappointment. They don't react at all. And that is exactly what makes them safe. There's no obligation for anything around you to change just because your thoughts have slowed down. Your body doesn't need to be ready in case someone knocks on the door. You're not required to answer it with a smile or an open voice. The handle stays still where it is, untouched and unclaimed by any demand. There's no reason for you to sit up when there's nothing left to do. No one waiting to hear your opinion about something important. No need to say yes or nod slowly in agreement just because someone else looked at you expectantly. Your breathing continues without effort, like the tide moving through a cove where the water has long forgotten it needs permission to rise and fall. You don't have to prepare for tomorrow's meetings, conversations, decisions, even if they're already forming in your mind. You can let them stay unresolved, not because you've stopped caring, but simply because there is no need to act on them now. The clock doesn't tick toward a deadline that demands your presence. The hour isn't rushing forward like someone trying to catch up with the day's end. It just exists, quietly passing, unbothered by whether anyone noticed it coming or going. You don't have to check if you did enough today. You can stop measuring kindness in terms of quantity and intensity. Some days aren't about giving more. You're not behind on generosity because your hands are empty tonight. There is no way for someone else's happiness to depend on how much energy you've used or what kind of smile you wore at the end of a long day. Your stillness isn't an absence. It's full in its own right. It doesn't need validation from anyone who didn't see it, feel it, name it. The quiet around you is not broken by your lack of motion. If anything, it's deepened by it. You don't have to make space for someone else's feelings. Your body isn't responsible for holding them up when they wobble or fall short. You're not a foundation or an anchor. No one needs you to carry the weight of their mood overnight. The air in your chest moves freely, as if it has been waiting for this exact stillness, a breath that doesn't need to be justified by purpose or outcome. You can stop rehearsing what might happen when people wake up and realize you're not there. They don't have a script they expect you to follow. You aren't missing from their story in any way that matters. There's no record of your presence, nor does one exist for the absence. The night doesn't keep score. You can let go of every imagined version of yourself, your polite self, your patient self, your attentive self, that existed only so someone else could feel better about themselves when they were around you. The part of you that worries whether people think less of you if you don't speak is not the same as who you are now. This isn't a choice to disappear. It's just an acceptance that being here doesn't require performance. There's no one needing your attention, and so there's nothing left for it to cling to. No thread pulling you back into awareness because someone might notice if you're gone too long. The quiet is not empty. It's full of what has already happened. the day unfolding in its own time without need for correction or review. You don't have to remember every word, every glance, every pause between sentences that seemed important at the moment. You can let them go like feathers drifting down into a dark field after sunset. Light enough, they aren't weighed by gravity. You can stop counting how many times you've already said, "I'm fine," when it wasn't true, or how often your hands curled into fists under a table just to keep from reaching out too soon. You don't have to trace every hesitation in someone else's voice and wonder what silence they were afraid of filling. There's no need to replay the way your shoulders tightened at the sound of footsteps approaching, just in case you needed to be ready, available, willing. The body doesn't remember effort as a debt it owes. It remembers rest as something that belongs to it already. You don't have to gather up all the moments where you leaned forward too far or sat too still. Let them sink like pebbles dropped into a quiet pool. No ripple, no echo. The water settles without being asked. There's not one moment in your day that needs fixing because you were present for it. You don't need to prove that you showed up even when the act was invisible. Your hands are open now, not from having finished something, but simply because there is nothing left to hold on to. Not a list of things to fix, not an apology still waiting in your throat, not a promise made with eyes too wide or voice too soft. Nothing is unspoken that needs saying tonight. The space between you and the air around you feels softer than it has all day. It doesn't ask for anything from you. No warmth, no attention, no performance of care. You can let your jaw relax down into a shape that isn't meant to smile or hide pain. Let your lips part slightly, as if they're remembering how to be quiet. Not because someone else is listening, but because it's what the night allows. The muscles beneath your eyes, those tired places where worry used to gather, are no longer holding their breath. They don't need to brace for disappointment or prepare a response before it even arrives. Your shoulders are sinking not into defeat, but into permission. Not surrender, but release. They're letting go of all the weight they've carried since morning. The unspoken expectation that you would be the one to notice something was wrong. The burden of being the person who adjusts without complaint. You don't have to be steady for anyone else's sake now. Your stillness isn't a failure. It's your body finally catching up with what it already knew. The air inside your chest doesn't need to be justified by gratitude or effort. It moves in and out like leaves floating on a surface that hasn't been stirred in days. There's no reason for it to rush forward, no demand that it make room for another breath before its own is done. You can pause mid-inhale, not because you're waiting, but because the moment feels enough. You don't have to rehearse what you'll say tomorrow or worry about whether someone will be disappointed if you speak less. The world doesn't hinge on your tone today. There's no invisible thread tying you to every person who might think of you later and wonder why they didn't hear from you. You aren't missing because there's nothing left for anyone to expect. The darkness around you isn't empty. It holds the shape of everything that already happened. Your footsteps in the hallway, your hands brushing against a mug with too much heat, the way you turned your head just slightly when someone asked something small and it made you pause. That moment was real, even if no one saw it, even if no one acknowledged it. There's no need to keep track of who felt seen or unseen because of how you acted. No one needs a record of your presence in order for their day to be complete. You aren't the only source of comfort, nor are you responsible for holding balance when someone else feels unbalanced. You can stop trying to fill spaces that were never meant to be filled by you. The quiet isn't waiting for you to say something important or make a gesture that would matter in some distant future. It doesn't need your approval, nor does it demand that you stay awake long enough to prove you're still here. Your body knows how to rest without needing permission from anyone else's thoughts. It remembers what it was like before there were eyes on you, before every movement had a reason behind it, before kindness became performance. You don't have to earn the right to be soft tonight. The weight in your limbs isn't effort, it's simply gravity, meeting flesh and bone with no judgment. It's not failure that makes you heavy, it's just being human, tired, tender, full of everything you've carried without protest. There's no shame in letting go because the night has already accepted you as you are. The silence doesn't accuse. The stillness isn't waiting for you to prove you're useful. You don't have to apologize for not doing more, or explain why your voice was softer than usual, or justify being tired when someone else seemed to need you. There's no one listening now. No ear turned toward the sound of your breath. No mind tracking whether you're still there. No hand reaching out to test if you're awake. That absence is not a void. It's space that has been made for you, unclaimed and untouched by expectation. You can stop measuring how much you gave or what you didn't say. The day isn't scored in points of attention, nor judged by how often your name was mentioned. You aren't less valuable because no one noticed the way you stayed quiet when someone else needed to talk. The air around you holds nothing that needs correcting. No missed signal, no unspoken regret, no gesture left incomplete. There's not a single moment in this evening where you were required to be anything other than what you are, present, tired, and finally allowed to rest without reason. You don't have to protect anyone from your quiet. You aren't hiding. You're simply letting the night hold you as it finds you, without explanation or defense, without performance of care. The corners of your mind that used to search for signs of displeasure now dissolve into softness. No need to scan faces, no urge to fix what wasn't broken. The space behind your eyes is not crowded with memories of how people looked at you when they spoke. No record of whether someone smiled too briefly or paused too long. You can let go of every version of yourself that was shaped by the fear of being forgotten. That person who tried to be noticed in small ways, the nod, the pause, the soft word, is no longer needed here. This isn't a place where you have to earn presence with effort. There's no one waiting for your voice, no hand reaching out from behind a door, asking if you're still there. You don't need to prove you exist just by being awake. Your breath continues without needing to be noticed. It doesn't require applause or recognition. It moves because it can, and that is enough. The rhythm of your chest isn't a performance. It's not meant for anyone else's comfort. It simply is. You can stop checking whether the light under the door was too bright, or if someone passed by listening to the sound of you breathing. There's no one there. There hasn't been all evening. No footstep, no whisper, no knock on wood that waits for a reply. The house doesn't need you to stay awake in case something happens. Nothing will happen tonight because it isn't meant to. The night belongs to silence and softness, not urgency or correction. It doesn't ask for your attention, nor does it care whether you're watching. You don't have to be ready when someone calls out your name tomorrow. There's no need to prepare a reply before the moment arrives. No script in your throat that needs polishing.
The words will come when they do. If they don't, there's no loss. No one is waiting for them like you used to wait. There's not even an unspoken obligation between you and the world. Not today, not now, not ever again. You're allowed to be still without being asked to explain why. Your body doesn't need permission from anyone else to sink into rest. Let your spine align with the mattress as if it were a riverbed. Quiet, accepting of what flows through it. There's no current pulling you forward or dragging you back. Just weight settling into its own natural shape. Your hands rest on your chest, not holding anything. No burden, no thread to untangle. No list of things left undone. You don't have to remember what you said or whether it landed right. The space between your fingers is empty, and that's fine. It doesn't need filling. There's no one reaching through the air toward you with a request shaped like longing or disappointment. No quiet signal that needs decoding. You can let your palms lie open, as if waiting for nothing at all, because they are already full of rest. The weight in your shoulders isn't pulling forward anymore. It isn't bracing against something unseen. There's no tension coiled beneath the surface because there's no need to stand ready. The air around you is soft enough that even the smallest shift of breath doesn't rattle it. You don't have to adjust your posture for someone else's comfort. Not now, not ever again tonight. Your spine finds its place without effort, just aligns with the shape of what holds you. Not a curve of obligation, but a quiet hollow where sleep can settle like dust. There's no one outside this room who needs to know how you're doing. No face that turns toward you in anticipation. No eyes waiting for your nod or smile to confirm that everything is okay. You don't have to be the person who makes the silence feel safe. The quiet isn't yours to manage. It doesn't belong to anyone, especially not you. You can stop measuring how much of yourself was given, how long you stayed up after everyone else left, whether your voice came at just the right moment or too late. There's no ledger in the air where these things are tracked. No record kept of who spoke more or less, or didn't speak at all. You don't have to carry what others might have wanted, said, but wasn't. There's a warmth spreading through your ribs. Not from effort, not from performance, but just because you're allowed to be here. Breathing in this room with no one else needing you. That warmth isn't proof of anything. It doesn't mean you've earned rest or that someone is grateful for it. It simply is. It moves inward like a slow tide, softening edges that didn't know they were sharp.
Your eyelids are closed, but not tight. They don't need to stay open just in case someone comes through the door. You're not guarding anything now. No threshold, no boundary between what's inside and outside. The space beneath your skin isn't a vault for responsibility. It doesn't hold secrets that must be remembered or duties that can't be released. The air on your face is still, not waiting, not listening, just passing through the room with no direction other than its own quiet motion. You don't have to respond to it, not even in thought. The way light falls across the floor, where it pools and fades, isn't a message. It doesn't carry meaning from one person to another. It just is. There's nothing that needs correcting here. No small moment where you hesitated too long or smiled too little. No pause so brief it might have been misread. There are no eyes watching, no hands reaching, no voices rising in need of your reply. You don't have to rehearse how you said, "I'm fine," earlier today. Not even once. Your chest rises and falls without purpose beyond its own rhythm. It doesn't ask permission from the room or wait for someone else's approval before it moves again. The breath comes because your body remembers how, not because anyone asked it to. No one is waiting behind a wall to hear you breathe. No ear tuned to catch every shift in tone, every pause that might mean something. You don't have to be careful with the sound of your own breathing. You don't have to whisper or hold it back so someone doesn't notice how tired you are. The air inside your lungs isn't a signal. It's not meant to convey anything. No message, no reassurance, no promise that you're still present. Your body knows what it needs without needing to be told by anyone else. Your feet don't need to press into the floor just in case someone comes walking down the hall. They can lie where they are, tucked under the blanket, not seeking purpose or direction. The soles of your feet are not instruments of readiness. Your hands stay open, not holding anything, not preparing for touch or response. No one is reaching through the dark to find you. There's no hand knocking on a window in need of your voice. The silence isn't broken by someone waiting. You don't have to answer it, and even if you did, there'd be nothing left to say. You can stop listening for footfalls that aren't coming. You don't have to strain your ears to catch the sound of someone speaking just beyond the wall. The tone, the hesitation, what they didn't finish saying. There's no one behind a door with words unspoken. No one whose reaction you need to predict before it happens. There's not even an echo in the room that needs silencing. The space around you isn't crowded with ghosts of conversations or imagined reactions. You don't have to replay how someone looked when you didn't say what they might have wanted. There's no judgment hanging in the air, waiting for your presence to be confirmed. You can stop measuring whether you were seen clearly enough, whether your smile was wide enough, your eyes bright enough, your voice warm enough. You don't have to wonder if someone noticed how much care went into a small thing. The way you arranged the teacup just so, or turned down the light before leaving the room. There's no one here who needs proof of that kind of attention. Not now, and not ever again tonight. The air doesn't ask for your performance. It doesn't need your careful gestures to stay calm or quiet. The darkness isn't waiting to be filled with meaning. You don't have to keep it from feeling empty. There's a softness in the curve where your neck meets your shoulder, like a fold of cloth that is settled into place without effort. It isn't shaped by anyone else's expectation. It doesn't need to look a certain way or serve any purpose beyond being what it is. Part of you at rest. Your jaw loosens, not because you've made a decision about anything, but because there's no reason left to clench. The muscles beneath your skin don't remember the shape they used to hold when someone spoke too quickly or looked away too soon. They're not braced for interruption, not prepared for correction. There's no need to keep your thoughts in line, no urge to smooth them out before they reach you. You can let the space behind your eyes remain uncharted. No map of what happened today, no replaying of who said what or how long it lasted. Your breath doesn't have to be steady, because someone might notice if it isn't. It doesn't need to regulate itself for anyone else's comfort. Just let it move, the way it wants, the way it can, without needing permission from any part of you that used to think it had to perform. You don't have to guard your thoughts or keep them contained because someone might hear. There's no one listening in this room, no ear tuned to catch a sigh, a hesitation, a shift in tone that might mean something was left unsaid. The silence isn't waiting for you to fill it with words. It doesn't need rescue from emptiness. You don't have to be the one who makes things okay. There's no need to fix anything because nothing is broken. You can stop checking whether you said enough or too little, whether someone might feel abandoned if you didn't reply in time.
No one is waiting for your voice. Not even now, as you lie here with eyes closed and breath slow. The warmth in your chest isn't proof that you were needed. It's not evidence of how much you gave. It's just warmth, settling where it finds room, spreading through tissue and bone without needing to be explained. There's no one outside this body who needs to know what it feels like to breathe deeply when there's nothing to do but rest. You don't have to show anyone that you're safe. No one is watching your hands or how still your face has become. Your hands rest open on your chest, not quite touching, not quite holding anything, just resting where they fell when you stopped moving. They aren't reaching for a phone or pulling back from an unfinished task. There's no intention in their stillness, only the quiet certainty of being allowed to be there without needing to do something with it. The tips of your fingers don't curl toward a memory of someone else's touch. No need to trace what was said or what might have been left unsaid. They aren't rehearsing how they should have held that moment before letting go. Your palms are warm, not from effort, but from simply being where you are. The skin feels soft and unguarded, like it has forgotten the weight of having to be ready. No one needs your hands now to hold a cup, steady a door, or press a button in someone else's name. They don't have to remember how to help. You don't have to remind them what kindness looks like through motion. There's no performance required when you're not being watched. The space between your fingers is quiet. No tension gathering there from trying to make something happen. No small ache of having failed to do enough. It's just open air, the kind that doesn't ask for anything, doesn't remember what happened earlier in the day, or who might have wanted a word you didn't say. That space isn't empty because it was neglected. It's full with silence that is not waiting to be filled. You don't have to imagine how someone else might react if they knew your hands were here like this. Uncertain, unclaimed, just resting. There's no need to adjust them for anyone's comfort or approval. They're not shaped by a past conversation where you said the wrong thing and then tried to fix it with gesture after gesture. These fingers are not rehearsing what they'd say if asked.
They can be soft, not because that's a good idea, but simply because there's no one here who needs them to be anything else. There's warmth pulling in your chest now, not the kind tied to effort or care, not the anxious heat of thinking about what someone might think, but something quieter, deeper, like water settling after a storm. It doesn't rise with urgency. It doesn't need to be shared. It just is. Like breath that returns without you having to make it happen. Your shoulders drop, not in defeat, but in release. Not because you've given up on anyone or anything, but because there's no reason left to carry the weight of expectation. The muscles along your collarbones aren't taut with readiness for a request. They don't remember how to rise in anticipation of someone needing help before they even speak. There's no alertness in the curve where shoulder meets neck. No signal sent out into the air that says, I'm here. I'm ready. That signal isn't needed anymore. It's okay if your body doesn't know what it should be doing next. It doesn't have to answer for tomorrow or prepare for a shift in mood. You're not required to stay alert just because someone else might wake up and need you to be present before they ask. Your spine curves gently into the mattress, not straightened, not stiff with effort, but curved like a leaf resting on soil after rain. It's not trying to make itself look better for anyone who might pass by. It doesn't have to remind anyone that it can hold weight or support something important. You don't need to prove your value through alignment. You're not being measured for how well you fit into the shape of someone else's needs. The breath moves deeper now, not forced, not guided, but arriving softly, as if remembering its own rhythm after a long pause. It doesn't have to be deep enough to impress anyone or calm any tension that isn't yours. Just let it come. Like air moving through an open window in the early hours when no one is home. There's no need to hold your breath until someone else speaks again. You don't have to wait for a cue before you can just be. You're not being judged by how long you stay still, or whether your silence seems appropriate. The room doesn't notice if you've stopped monitoring what everyone else is doing, because the room isn't watching at all. It's not keeping score of who said what, when, and with what tone. There's no one in this quiet who needs to know that you were thinking about them throughout dinner, or how hard you tried not to say too much during the call. There's no record of your efforts. no file saved under good enough or not quite right. You don't have to defend what you did. Explain why you hesitated or apologize for being silent when someone looked at you. Your stillness is allowed, not because it means you've succeeded in something, but simply because it's true. You can stop checking whether your absence would be felt, whether someone will miss the sound of your voice in a quiet moment, whether they'll remember how you always answered the phone on the second ring or left notes where they'd find them. No one needs to know that you've been watching, listening, measuring, adjusting, because no one is looking at all. The darkness around you isn't searching for meaning. It doesn't need your attention to feel complete or safe. You're not required to keep it company with words or gestures. You don't have to be the reason someone feels seen. Not tonight. There's no obligation in this space to perform care, even quietly. You don't have to carry the weight of ensuring everyone else is okay, because you are already allowed to stop carrying anything at all. The air holds your breath without asking for more. It doesn't remind you that you should say something if someone isn't speaking. It just stays there, the same as it was before any conversation, before anyone spoke a word. And when the silence returns, not because of what you did or didn't do, but simply because nothing is required. There's no need to fill it with intention. You don't have to be useful in this moment. You're not being tested on whether your presence makes things better. Your body doesn't have to prove anything by staying still or breathing steadily. It can rest without having earned the right. Even if you've spent hours today adjusting your tone, softening your voice, watching how others responded, you don't need to continue that work now. There's no one waiting for you to be kind again. No one needing a sign that you're willing to give more. You're not required to protect anyone from disappointment. You don't have to prevent sadness by saying the right thing at the right time. There's no rule book in this room and no standard of care that must be met every night before sleep comes. The weight is gone, not because it was removed, but because you've stopped holding it. Your hands remain open on your chest, not offering anything, but simply being there, unburdened by the need to serve or prove. The warmth in your center doesn't have a purpose anymore. It just spreads through your ribs and into your back, like light moving slowly across floorboards when no one is home. You don't have to worry about how long this stillness lasts, whether it will be interrupted, whether you'll wake up before the quiet has fully settled into your bones. It's okay if you don't know what comes next. It's okay if there's nothing left to do but rest in a way that feels almost too simple to believe. There's no one here who needs you to stay awake long enough to remember how kind you were today. No one is keeping track of how many times you said "I'm sorry" or "let me help" or "of course, I'll be there." There's no ledger that records every time you stayed in the room when others wanted to leave. You don't have to keep your eyes open just because someone might miss seeing them close. You don't need to stay alert so they won't feel abandoned if you're not looking back at them. There's peace in being unseen, especially when no one is watching and nothing needs to be explained. Your breath moves without effort now, not trying to regulate anything or smooth over a moment of awkward silence. It just flows between your lips, like air passing through an open door after the storm has passed. Your breath settles into a rhythm that doesn't need to be measured, doesn't have to match anything else in the room or beyond it. It moves with no destination, no urgency to reach somewhere better, no mission to complete before the night ends. You don't have to breathe for anyone else's sake, not even for your own memory of how you've breathed through hard moments. Your lungs fill and release like a well-worn curtain, parting slowly after being closed too long. The air inside them is not borrowed or rationed. It belongs completely to this body, this stillness, this moment that has no purpose beyond itself. There's a quiet in your chest now, not the kind you create by holding back, but the kind that arrives when nothing is waiting to be said, when no one is needing you to respond. The space between heartbeats doesn't feel like emptiness. It feels like fullness, like something returning home after long absence. No one asked for it. No one expected it. You didn't need permission to let your shoulders drop. Your spine softens into the bed, not because it's been supported, but because it no longer needs to hold up the weight of being watched. You don't have to remind yourself that you're safe. The room doesn't ask for proof of your calm. It only holds what is already there: your shape, your warmth, your stillness. No one checks whether you've made a good decision today or remembered someone's birthday. or stayed up late because they wanted to talk. There's no record in the air, no echo on the walls that says you were not enough. You don't have to apologize for being tired. You're allowed to forget what time it is, how long you've been lying here, whether anyone might be wondering where you are. The blanket over your legs doesn't need to be perfectly aligned with the edge of the mattress. It can shift slightly without consequence. Your feet don't have to stay in a certain position because someone once said they should be relaxed that way. You're not being judged by how straight or crooked your toes are right now. No one is watching you lie down, wondering if you'll get up again before dawn. You don't have to rehearse what to say tomorrow, even if it feels like the next thing you'll do. You don't need to decide whether to call someone back, write a note, send a message. There's no deadline here for making things right. The future doesn't demand anything of your attention tonight. There's no list that needs to be checked off before sleep takes over. No one is waiting outside the door with a question you haven't answered yet. Your thoughts drift not because they're escaping, but because they finally stopped being on duty. They don't need permission to wander. No correction needed if they pause too long in an old memory or linger near something unresolved. They can turn down any hallway that feels familiar without fear of getting lost. The mind doesn't have to be useful. It doesn't need to fix anything or keep track of how many people might feel left out. Even the feeling of being needed, of having been the one who stepped forward when others hesitated, doesn't need to stay with you in this moment. You don't have to carry that weight into sleep because it wasn't yours to begin with. It was only ever temporary, and now it's not required anymore. Your hands lie on your chest as they are, palms open, fingers relaxed, not reaching for anything, not holding onto any expectation. They're not offering comfort or waiting to be used. They don't need a reason to rest. Their stillness is enough. The warmth in them isn't proof of service. It's just presence, a quiet pulse beneath the skin that doesn't depend on being noticed. You don't have to wonder what others would do if they were in your place. You're not being compared to anyone else's way of showing up. No one's measure matters here. Not yours, not theirs. There is no standard for how long someone should stay silent before speaking, or how much time they should spend listening instead of acting. The silence isn't empty. It's full of space that doesn't need filling. It doesn't want anything from you. It doesn't care whether you're kind today or tomorrow. It only holds what is your breath, your body, the slow turn of night passing without sound
beyond this room. There's no one outside these walls who needs to hear you say, "I'm here." No voice waiting for confirmation that someone cares. You don't have to answer anything that isn't being asked. The quiet doesn't demand a reply. You can stop watching for signs. Whether someone was disappointed, whether they felt ignored, whether your tone came across wrong. There's no mirror in this room to reflect what you may have missed. No one is reviewing your behavior as you drift deeper into stillness. The weight of making sure everyone else feels okay doesn't belong on your chest anymore. It never did. You were not the only person who could make that happen, nor the only one responsible for how things turned out. There's no reason to carry their feelings like a burden when they don't even know you're doing it. Your body is learning what it means to be off duty, not in rebellion or retreat, but simply because rest is not an act of failure. It's not betrayal to stop helping. You aren't abandoning anyone by closing your eyes and letting go.
Not tonight. You can let the edges of awareness soften without fear that something will fall apart if you don't hold them together. The room doesn't collapse when you're no longer alert. The world continues on its own without needing your attention to keep moving forward. There's a kind of peace in not having to be useful for once, not being expected to fix things, smooth over tension, or make someone else feel seen just because they looked at you with tired eyes. You don't have to be the quiet one who remembers everything. You're allowed to forget, to pause, to let your mind wander without guilt. Even if you've spent hours today making small adjustments, lowering your voice so it wouldn't seem sharp, changing how you phrased a sentence just in case someone might take offense. You don't have to keep doing that now. The softening of tone doesn't need to be maintained through the night. You're not being tested on whether you can stay gentle when no one's watching. There's no scorecard for kindness and no reward system for how many times you said yes without hesitation. Your kindness wasn't measured by your ability to say it again. It was already enough, just as it happened, not because of the result, but because you chose to show up in a way that mattered to you. You don't have to justify why you're not doing more now. The truth is simple. You've been here all night, and your body has had no choice but to be present, even when you were thinking about everyone else's needs instead of your own. Now it can let go, not because it's tired beyond repair, but because there is no longer any reason not to. You don't have to worry that the next person who walks into this room won't find someone ready to help them carry their load.
You're not responsible for making sure every moment feels safe or warm or understood. There are other people, others with their own ways of showing up, their own quiet strength, their own breaths that rise and fall without needing an audience. Your stillness isn't failure. It's surrender in the best way. The kind that comes when you realize you don't have to be everything to everyone, and that it's okay if no one notices how hard you've been trying. The darkness around you isn't waiting for your voice. It doesn't need to be explained or comforted. It just is. Deep, soft, without demand. And in its presence, you can finally stop measuring yourself against the idea of what someone might have wanted from you. You don't have to ask whether anyone will miss you when you're not around. No one needs a sign that you were here. You didn't leave behind anything unfinished, because nothing was ever truly yours to finish. You can stop checking. Not because you've done enough, but because there's no one left to check for. The quiet isn't waiting for your approval. It doesn't care if you're thinking about it or not. You don't have to listen to every breath in the house like a signal that someone needs something. No one is lying awake, wondering why you didn't say more, or whether they were too loud, or how much time you spent rehearsing what to say tomorrow. That kind of attention doesn't belong to you anymore. It's not yours to carry through the dark. The air in this room isn't full of unsaid things. It's just air, still, even, moving without urgency. You don't have to keep it soft for anyone else's sake. The silence between your thoughts is allowed to stretch. No one needs you to fill it with an explanation or a reassurance. There are no ears listening now that aren't your own. Your hands are resting on the surface beneath them. Your palms open, not gripping anything, not poised to lift, not braced against another person's weight. They don't need to remember how to hold something, because nothing is asking for them to do so tonight. The space between your fingers is empty. It doesn't feel like loss. It feels like permission. Your shoulders are no longer holding the shape of someone else's disappointment. There's no pressure building in your collarbone from having swallowed a half smile when you wanted to say something real. Your jaw isn't clenched against an apology that wasn't needed. The muscles at the base of your neck have loosened, and with them comes the quiet understanding that there was never anyone who demanded perfection, just someone who was trying their best. You don't have to rehearse how to be kind when no one is watching.
You don't need to plan what to say if someone walks in tomorrow looking tired or uncertain. No one's future mood depends on your tone tonight. The world doesn't pause for your readiness. It just goes on. People moving through their days with their own weight, their own ways of carrying things. There is no moment when you have to fix a misstep because you didn't speak quickly enough. There is no invisible thread connecting your breath to someone else's need. You aren't the only one who knows how to listen. Not everyone waits for you to begin before they can find their voice again. Some people are already quiet in different ways. Some have learned how to carry themselves without needing a guide. Your body doesn't have to be on alert just because it once was. It doesn't need to remember the sound of someone hesitating mid-sentence, or the way hands would tremble when they were about to ask for help.
You don't have to stay ready in case something breaks open. Because nothing broke today that wasn't already breaking before you arrived. You can stop translating their expressions into your responsibility. The pause after a reply doesn't mean anything needs fixing. A look down, a shift of weight. It isn't an invitation to step forward. It's just movement, like the way dust settles in sunlight when no one is watching. There's no reason to keep scanning for signs that someone feels unseen or overlooked. That wasn't your job. You don't have to be the person who notices everything. There are others. People with eyes that see differently, hearts that hold things in their own rhythm, hands that know how to reach without needing permission. You aren't required to do it all. Your breath is not a performance. It doesn't need to be steady for someone else's comfort. It can be uneven if it wants to be. Shallow or slow. There is no standard that you must match. The way your chest rises and falls isn't an indicator of whether anyone is safe. It just is. There's nothing in this room that needs your attention more than your own stillness. No object waits for your touch. No memory requires a response. You're not expected to remember how someone felt when you said goodbye yesterday, or if they smiled just enough to be called fine. There was no contract written between the two of you. You don't have to keep track of who might feel abandoned. Not because abandonment is impossible. It's only that your presence isn't the only thing that holds people together. The world doesn't rely on your quiet or your willingness to say yes without thinking twice. Some people are learning how to carry themselves in silence too. And when you wake up tomorrow, when light touches the edge of the window and things begin again, That's not something you need to prepare for now. You don't have to decide whether to be gentle or firm. If you'll speak first, what tone might make someone feel welcome? That moment isn't yours yet. It belongs to the next breath. Right now, there is only this: your body resting where it is, not performing, not preparing, just being. The way a stone sinks into soil when no one is watching. No effort required, not even awareness of itself, just existence. The dark around you isn't lonely because you're quiet. It doesn't feel the need to be filled with sound or motion. You don't have to prove that you're present by being useful. Your silence is not a lack. It's fullness in another form, a kind of listening without words, without reaction. There's no one who needs you to answer their unspoken question. No person waiting for your gaze to say something they can't put into words. You don't have to be the mirror where someone sees themselves clearly. Not tonight. That isn't what this rest is for. Your mind doesn't need to stay busy. It's allowed to wander without guilt, past the day, past the conversations, past all those moments when you were listening more than speaking. Let it drift like a leaf on still water. No direction, no purpose, just moving, because that's how things float. You don't have to keep thinking about whether someone would have liked something different, whether they'd have preferred more warmth in your tone or less. It doesn't matter now. You weren't trying to win favor. You were just being you. Present, careful, aware, but not at the cost of yourself. And that's enough. Not because it was perfect. Not because no one felt anything at all.
But because you showed up as you were, without pretending to be stronger than you are, or calmer than your hands trembled. You didn't have to become someone else for anyone. That part of you, the version who stayed quiet when they should have spoken, who said yes even though their chest tightened, is still here. And it's allowed to rest too. The weight wasn't always yours to carry. Sometimes people need help without knowing what kind. Sometimes they just want a space where someone doesn't rush to fix them. And sometimes that person is you, but not tonight. Tonight, the only thing being held is your breath. The only question left unanswered is whether you'll stay awake long enough to hear it settle. And even if you don't, there's no failure in sleep. There's no debt owed when you close your eyes and let go. You aren't abandoning anything by letting yourself be still. You're simply returning what was never yours. The idea that you had to do more than breathe, just so others could feel safe. You can stop measuring your value by how many times someone smiled after talking with you, how often they said thank you, whether anyone noticed if you were quiet or loud. There's no scorecard for kindness. Not one written in ink. Not one held in memory. It doesn't need to be recorded to exist. You don't have to be seen to have done it. The softness you gave wasn't wasted because someone didn't say anything back. The care you showed was real, even if it went unnoticed. Even if no one ever knew what effort you put into making sure they felt included, or how many times you adjusted your tone so their words wouldn't feel like a burden. That part of you, quiet, attentive, holding space, isn't gone because you're not doing it now. It's just resting. And in that rest, there is no shame, no guilt for turning away from the weight of being needed. You don't have to be useful every second. You don't have to earn your right to stillness by proving how much help you've been before. The air in this room has settled into a thickness that doesn't press on you, but holds you, like a blanket folded just so, not too heavy, not too light. It moves with your breath, soft and slow, brushing against your skin, without needing to be noticed. You aren't being carried by anything except the quiet certainty of space around you. No one is waiting for you to rise. No one needs you to listen now. The conversations that played out like echoes in your head are no longer looping. They found a place where they can rest, too. Not erased, just released from needing to be answered. Your hands lie open on the surface beneath them, palms up, fingers relaxed, not because they've been forced into stillness, but because there's nothing left for them to do. No one is reaching toward you. No hand has asked for yours in any way at all. You don't have to reach out to reassure anyone. Not tonight. The gesture itself, the lifting of a palm or the turning of a wrist, was never about performance. It was just part of being here. And now it's not required. There's warmth pooling beneath your ribs, like sunlight caught in wool that hasn't been washed. It doesn't demand anything. It simply is. It doesn't need to be shared. You don't have to pass it on or explain where it came from. There's no reason for you to give more than what already rests within. The care you've offered through your presence, through the way you held a tone, just so, through the breath that slowed when someone paused. None of that needs to be justified. It was real while it happened. That's all. The shape of your body is not meant for correction or performance. It isn't leaning forward, waiting for the next need, nor folding inward against some imagined burden. You are simply lying here in a position you've chosen without thinking, curved slightly into yourself, like water finding its own level. The curve isn't hiding anything. It's just settling. You don't have to be aware of every breath that comes and goes. The rhythm is already happening.
Your lungs rise and fall, not because you're trying to keep up, but because they remember how. You aren't responsible for making them work. They don't need your attention to function, any more than the pulse in your wrist needs a signal from your mind to continue. There's no one outside this room who is waiting for you to wake up. No one checking if you've forgotten anything or left something undone. The world doesn't hold its breath when you're still. It keeps moving without you. People talking, doors closing, lights turning on and off in houses far from here. Not because they don't care, but because life isn't built around your attention. And you aren't expected to be the one who remembers everything. You don't have to carry the weight of someone else's silence. It doesn't belong to you just because it was spoken or left hanging between sentences. The things people didn't say, those gaps in conversation, those moments when their eyes dropped away from yours, are not debts to be repaid. There are no apologies for what wasn't said. No need to replay the moment when a voice softened and then stopped mid-sentence. You weren't required to fill it. There's nothing wrong with silence that isn't full of meaning. It doesn't have to mean anything at all. Sometimes silence is just space, like air between two rooms, like distance between stars. And you don't need to explain why there was no sound. You aren't responsible for the quiet that followed a smile, or the way someone looked away after thanking you. You didn't make it happen. You were only present when they needed presence. Now you are not required to be anything but this shape of stillness, this warmth in the center, this slow drift between waking and dreaming. There's no checklist for how long a person should stay awake before sleep arrives. There's no deadline for rest. Your body doesn't need approval to stop moving forward. It's already doing what it was made to do, resting when it can, healing when it must, quieting without being told. You don't have to think about the future to earn your right to be here now. You don't have to prepare yourself for tomorrow by reviewing all that happened today. There's no need to rehearse what you'll say if someone asks how you're feeling. That question doesn't matter tonight. The only response you owe is this: a slow release of breath, the soft surrender of weight into mattress and earth. The effort was not in being perfect. It was in showing up as you were. And now you are no longer showing up. You are simply allowing yourself to be, without proof, without performance, without expectation. Even when someone's eyes lingered too long, or their voice cracked slightly on a word, even then, you didn't have to fix it. You weren't called upon to become the answer. You were only asked to be there, and you were. Now that is over, not because it was incomplete, but because it has reached its natural end.
There's no one else who needs your attention tonight. No gaze waiting for you to meet it with understanding. No hand reaching out in need of yours. No moment where your presence could change the way someone felt about themselves. You're not needed to be seen, not even by yourself. Your thoughts don't have to return to any conversation, any look, any unspoken worry. They can drift like paper boats on a slow-moving river, carried downstream without direction, without purpose, without needing to reach anything. They aren't lost because they're moving away. They're free. The only thing that matters now is the warmth in your chest and how it settles deeper with every breath you don't have to plan. The sound of air passing through your nose, soft, even unhurried, is not a sign of wakefulness, but of surrender. A signal that something inside you has stopped trying. You aren't failing because you're quiet. You are not empty because no one is speaking to you. There's no absence in the silence when it isn't filled with anxiety. The space between thoughts isn't failure. It's rest. Let your jaw unclench without thinking about it. Let the muscles along your shoulders soften, like fabric left out under moonlight, until they forget how tight they were. Your chest doesn't need to rise and fall in a pattern that proves you're okay. It can simply move because it wants to, because it's allowed. No one is watching to see if you've done enough. No one is counting the minutes you spend still. You don't have to earn your right to be here by being useful, or quiet, or kind, or even aware. You are already present, not in a way that requires proof, but as something simple. Breath, weight, darkness, warmth. These aren't signs of effort. They're evidence of being. And you don't need to do anything with them. You don't have to make sense of the quiet. You don't need to name what's happening inside your chest or decide if it feels safe. It just is. The night has no agenda for you. It doesn't want anything from you except this, that you stay exactly where you are, not trying to be more than you are, not pretending to be something other than stillness. Even the idea of tomorrow, its tasks, its possibilities, its people who might need something, has slipped into a faraway place, not forgotten, not ignored, but no longer part of your responsibility tonight. There is nothing left for you to do except breathe, not because it's required, not because someone told you to, but because that's what happens when the body stops holding on. You don't have to keep track of how long this lasts. You aren't measuring time in minutes or hours. There's no need to wonder if you're sleeping well enough, fast enough, deeply enough. The only thing that matters is whether your breath feels soft against your lips, whether the weight beneath you feels like it belongs, whether the darkness around you feels like a hand resting on your forehead, not holding you down, but keeping you safe from noise, from light, from anything that might ask for more than this moment allows. And there's no reason to resist that feeling. The softness isn't weakness. The stillness isn't emptiness. The quiet isn't failure. You don't have to carry the weight of what someone else said or didn't say, not even if it echoes in your ribs like a note that won't fade. You can let it settle into the space between breaths, where sounds go when they're no longer needed. There's no need to translate silence into meaning. No reason to turn a pause into proof of distance. The quiet isn't waiting for you to fill it with an apology or explanation. There's nothing left to say that matters tonight. You don't have to listen for footsteps in the hallway or worry about whether someone missed your voice. You aren't responsible for what they imagined or how long their pause lasted before replying, or if they felt seen when you looked at them. The shape of a smile doesn't belong to you anymore, not because you were wrong, but because it's no longer yours to adjust. No one is waiting in the dark to hear your voice confirm that everything is fine. The hands you've held throughout today, whether real or imagined, are already relaxed now. Not forgotten, just resting. The warmth they carried doesn't vanish just because you're not using them to steady someone else's tremor. They can be still, and that stillness isn't emptiness. It's a kind of remembering. A quiet way of saying, I was here. I held as long as I could. Let your fingers uncurl without thinking about whether they should have done more. Let the space between each one feel like a pause in a story you're not responsible for finishing. You don't need to know what happens next, or how it ends, or if anyone will miss the way your hands moved when someone needed comfort. The body doesn't remember every touch by needing to repeat it. It remembers through stillness. Your chest no longer needs to rise and fall in a rhythm that proves you're breathing for others. You don't have to keep time with their silence or match their pace of feeling. There's room now for breath that isn't timed for anyone else's comfort. Let the air come in slow, just enough, just as it wants to. No need to make it deeper than your body allows. No reason to force more oxygen into a heart that doesn't have to beat faster because someone is waiting. You don't have to be aware of how you're holding yourself, or if you've become too soft, too still, too quiet for the world. There's no measurement in this darkness, no way to know whether you're doing it right. And there's no one here to judge that you aren't. The only thing happening is your body letting go of what it has been carrying since earlier today. The weight beneath you isn't a burden, it's grounding. It's the floor accepting you without asking for anything in return. You can feel how the mattress holds you, not by pulling you down, but by meeting you exactly where you are. No adjustments needed. No effort to be more or less than your own shape. Even the thoughts that circle back, those tiny repetitions of what was said, who looked away too long, whether someone smiled a little too stiffly, are no longer requests for action. They don't need answers. You can let them drift like leaves caught in water, turning slowly, not moving toward anything, but simply being carried. There's no reason to wonder if you were enough today. No point in measuring how much attention you gave, or how many people felt lighter because of your presence. The only thing that counts now is whether the air feels light on your face, whether your shoulders have stopped bracing for another request, even one that hasn't been made. Let your neck loosen where it meets your skull. The tension there doesn't belong to tomorrow. You don't need to keep your head ready to turn towards someone else's voice. Let it rest without needing a reason, without having to prepare for a conversation you won't have. Your breath isn't rushing, and that's not failure. It's surrender. The way your ribs expand and fall is no longer proof of effort. It's just motion, natural, unplanned. As if the body has decided it can stop trying to prove anything. There's no one asking you to be awake enough, kind enough, available enough. You don't have to earn your right to exist in this moment by being useful or present or even aware of what's happening. You're already here, not because you did something to deserve it, but simply because breathing doesn't require permission. Let the space around you become a kind of quiet that isn't empty. It's full of darkness, warmth, stillness, and the soft hum of your own being.
not loud enough to be called noise, not light enough to be seen, just there. And it stays with you because it doesn't have to do anything. The thought of tomorrow, the tasks that could wait, the people who might reach out, doesn't pull at you anymore. It's not a shadow behind your eyes. It's just far away. Not forgotten, but no longer part of this moment. You don't need to plan for it. No one is relying on you to fix anything before sleep. Your hands can stay open like petals after rain. No purpose, no weight. They don't have to be ready to pick up the next thing. They don't need to curl around something that might come later. They're just resting in their shape, exactly as they are. You don't need to keep track of how long you've been lying here, or whether your mind is quiet enough. There's no schedule for stillness, no requirement to prove it was worth anything. The only thing happening is this. The dark holds you gently, like a blanket that has known your body all along. It doesn't ask for gratitude. It just stays. You don't need to be sure about anything. Whether someone feels okay, whether they'll understand later, whether what you said mattered. There's no test at the end of this night. No review. No record of how well you did. Even your heartbeat is quiet. Not because it has stopped, but because it doesn't have to keep time with anyone else's rhythm. It can beat slowly, irregularly, without needing to match a pattern that proves you're okay. You don't need to be aware of the way your skin feels beneath the covers, whether it's warm or cool. But if you notice, let it just be. Let the fabric rest against you, like something that remembers how to hold stillness. There's no one here to tell you whether this is right or wrong, good or bad. No voice in your head needs a reply. No face needs an expression from yours. The only thing that matters is whether you feel held by darkness, by warmth, by the simple fact of being where you are. You don't have to be awake enough for anything. You aren't failing because you're not thinking. You're not empty because you're not doing. There's no need to fill silence with thoughts or actions. The quiet is not a problem. It's an invitation. And so the air flows through your nose like it has always been meant to. No effort, no expectation. It doesn't have to be deep. It doesn't have to be long. It just moves, as if the body knows what it needs and simply lets it happen. There's no one outside this room who needs you to be different tonight. No gaze that follows your movements or judges whether they were right or too slow. You don't need to earn anything by being still. Let your thoughts dissolve, not into nothing,
but into a soft kind of space where even worry feels heavy enough to sink without effort. Let the feeling of responsibility fall like dust from an old shelf. No one will miss it because no one was keeping count. Your body doesn't have to be useful to belong here. It doesn't need to prove anything by being awake, alert, or present in a way that serves someone else. You are not needed right now, and that is exactly how you should feel. Not as if something's missing, but as if everything has finally arrived where it belongs. In stillness, in darkness, in the soft weight of breath against your lips, and the quiet hum of being alive without having to do anything for it. The air shifts just slightly, not with sound, but with weight, like a curtain drawn slowly closed in another room, or a breath exhaled long after you've stopped noticing it. You don't have to name what it is. It doesn't need your attention. There's no reason for the body to rise at its signal. Your spine curves into the mattress, not as surrender, but as return, a shape that has always known how to settle. The space beneath you isn't holding up a performance. It's simply being soft where you press down. Your shoulders loosen without effort, like fabric left in sunlight too long. No one pulls them back. They aren't meant to stay lifted or alert. Their job is done for now. You don't need to remember how they felt before the weight came. The memory of tension can rest just as quietly as anything else. It doesn't have to be erased. It only needs to stop being active. There's a warmth gathering in your chest, not from effort or intention, just from staying still long enough for it to appear like steam rising from tea left unattended. You don't need to warm yourself up anymore. The heat isn't proof that you've earned rest. It just is. It settles where the breath gathers, like a quiet ember no one needed to light. You can let your hands stay open, not because they're empty, but because they're complete in their emptiness. There's no lack here, no absence. They don't need to be full of meaning or purpose. Their shape alone is enough. A palm facing upward as if receiving nothing, and therefore everything that comes naturally without demand. The silence isn't silent at all. It has texture, thin but dense, like old wool left in a drawer for years. You can feel it pressing gently against your ears, not with pressure, but with presence. It doesn't need you to listen. it's already listening to you. The way the quiet listens when no one else is around. Your breath slows without instruction, not because you're trying to slow it, but because it finds its own pace in this space where nothing demands urgency. The inhale isn't a start. The exhale isn't an end. They are just movements of air passing through your body like water flowing under a bridge that has no destination. Even your thoughts don't need names anymore. There's no need to catch them or send them away. You can let one drift like a leaf caught in still pond water, turning slowly without needing to go anywhere. It doesn't matter if it stays for a long time or vanishes before you notice. No judgment is required. There's a quiet near your temple now, not pain, not sound, but something like the feeling of being known just by being there. Not praised, not even noticed in any loud way, just held. As though this moment has always been waiting for you to stop trying so hard and finally arrive. The edges of awareness soften into each other. No sharp lines, no need to define what's inside or outside. You're not separating yourself from the room. The walls don't have rules about who can be here. The darkness doesn't keep score on whether your mind has wandered too far. It simply holds you like a cloth laid over something that needs covering. You don't have to carry any of today's conversations with you into sleep. They aren't lost, but neither are they yours anymore. You don't need to protect them. There's no one waiting to hear what you said or how it landed. No one is replaying your voice in their head the way you've been doing. You can stop being a witness, not because you are forgetful, because you are free. The mind doesn't have to be vigilant just because night has come. You don't need to guard against misunderstanding, nor do you need to prepare for someone else's reaction tomorrow. No one is waiting up to see if your silence was too long or too short. Even the idea of needing to be understood can rest now, just like your hands, just like your breath, just like the shape of your body in this bed where no one told you how to lie down, but you knew anyway. There's a stillness that isn't emptiness. It's full with presence. Not because something is happening, but because nothing needs to happen. You don't need to be useful for anything. You're not being judged by the way your body takes up space in this world. No one measures how much comfort you provide when no one sees it. You can stop measuring at all how long you've been still, whether you're doing enough, if this moment is deep or productive. There's no standard to meet. The only thing that matters is whether your body feels like home, even in the middle of not moving. The fabric on your skin isn't just touching, it's remembering how to hold without asking for anything back. It doesn't care what you've done today. It doesn't need a report card or an apology. It only knows warmth and weight and stillness. 3 things that don't require words. You can stop rehearsing every tone, every pause, every glance that might have been misread. You can let the memory of someone's face fade like ink in rain, not because you forgot them, but because they're no longer calling to you across the distance between now and then. Your chest opens not with effort, but because it doesn't need to be closed anymore. There's no threat coming from anyone outside this room. No expectation that you'll rise before morning. The night has already begun its work, softening edges, dissolving pressure, letting go of what never belonged in the first place. Even your heartbeat slows not as a performance, but as a release, a rhythm that doesn't have to prove anything by being regular or fast or loud. It can beat in its own time now, like waves reaching shore after days of holding back. You don't need to be awake for this to count. You don't need to feel alert or sharp or ready. Your body is doing what it knows how to do, resting without having to earn it. There's a quiet near your throat that isn't fear. It's the absence of something trying to climb out. No words are trapped inside. No apology waiting in line. The space between your breaths isn't empty, but full with permission. You can stop being careful about how you occupy this moment. There's no one watching to see if you're doing it right. No voice whispering that you should be thinking of something more meaningful or useful. The dark doesn't care what thoughts pass through you. It only holds them lightly, like feathers floating down a stream where the water is too slow to carry anything far. You can let your mind wander, not toward tomorrow's tasks, not toward who might have been hurt by what you said, but simply into softness, into stillness, into a kind of space where even silence feels safe. No one needs to be saved tonight. No one has forgotten how to feel okay. You aren't responsible for anyone else's comfort in this moment. Not because you don't care, because your caring doesn't need to perform. It can just be, without result, without outcome. Even the idea of being needed can rest now, like a coat hung on a hook that no one will wear again tonight. You're not failing by not doing anything. You're not missing out because you don't have plans. The night isn't judging your stillness. It's simply letting you be here, exactly as you are, with nothing to prove and nowhere urgent to go. The warmth beneath the sheets doesn't ask for thanks. The darkness above doesn't demand attention. Your breath doesn't need praise for continuing. You can stop measuring whether this is enough, whether it was worth your time, whether anyone would notice if you disappeared into sleep without a word. There's no one outside to hear the way your body sinks deeper into the mattress now. No one to count how many seconds pass before stillness becomes something like falling. The only thing that matters is whether you feel held, not by hands or words, but by presence itself. You don't need to be awake enough for anything. You can let thoughts drift without trying to catch them. You can let images fade without needing to understand them. You can stop being afraid of silence because it's not empty. It's full with the quiet act of belonging. You can let your shoulders settle, not into surrender, but into a quiet recognition. Like a book closing on its own after you've read every word.
The weight that has lived in them for hours, days, weeks even, is no longer required to carry anything. It doesn't vanish. It just stops being yours. Your arms lie where they fell, palms open, fingers relaxed, like petals released from a stem at dusk. No one needs the shape of your hands right now. Not to hold something, not to gesture, not to offer. They are allowed to be still because stillness is not failure. It's a kind of knowing you've been doing enough. You don't need to prove that by doing more. The air around you isn't waiting for you to fix anything.
It doesn't care if the last conversation was perfectly balanced or if someone smiled just slightly less than expected. The room breathes with you, not in rhythm, not in reply, but simply because it is here. You don't have to be present to make that possible. Your presence isn't necessary for stillness to exist, and so you can let your jaw unclench like a door finally opening after being held shut too long. The muscles at the back of your neck release not with a sigh, but with silence. No sound needed, no signal sent. Just letting go. There's warmth pooling under your skin where it meets the mattress. A quiet heat that doesn't ask to be noticed. It moves through you slowly, like sunlight creeping across wood floors in slow afternoon hours. You don't have to do anything for it. It doesn't require gratitude or attention. It simply is. And because it is, you can stop measuring how much warmth you've given today, whether it was enough, whether someone felt the difference. No one is checking that count, not even you. You aren't responsible for what's happening in someone else's mind right now, whether they're thinking of you, forgetting you, feeling satisfied, or slightly disappointed. Those thoughts are not yours to carry. You don't have to respond to them before sleep comes. They can drift like leaves on a river that doesn't care where it goes. No need to pull any back. No need to protect anyone from what's passing through their head. Even your breath slows, not because you want it to, but because there is no reason for it to move fast. It settles into the shape of stillness, longer between inhale and exhale, softer on its way out. The space where air pauses isn't a gap. It's full with permission. You don't have to fill every silence with sound or thought. You can let your thoughts dissolve like salt in water. No trace left behind. No residue of effort. There is nothing to explain, nothing to justify. Your hands are not instruments for fixing or soothing or holding. They're just hands resting. Your fingers aren't waiting to write a message, to touch someone's arm, to reach across a table and say something important. They don't need to do anything. The space around them is empty, not because it should be, but because it doesn't have to mean anything. You can stop rehearsing the way people might look at you tomorrow, their eyes searching for signs of care, of attention, of availability. You aren't their weather report. They don't need your mood to predict what happens next. The world goes on without you needing to be a bridge between anyone's feeling and safety. Your body doesn't have to stay alert just because it's been called upon before. It can stop preparing for the call that hasn't come yet. There is no urgency in this room, no signal flashing. No one is waiting at your door with something urgent they need from you. No voice, no knock, no note left on a table. The silence isn't holding its breath. It's not trying to be meaningful or deep.
It's just quiet. You don't have to earn the right to be here by being useful. You're allowed to exist without output, without contribution, without proof that you were needed today. Your presence is not measured in how much you gave, but simply in your breathing. You're staying. There's a stillness behind your eyes that isn't emptiness. It's full with release, like the moment after music stops and the air still hums with what it just held. No one needs to hear it. It doesn't have to be remembered. It can exist only as feeling, not performance. You don't need to apologize for not being awake enough, or sharp enough, or kind enough. The night isn't asking you to prove anything by staying alert. You're not failing because you're drifting off, because your thoughts are fading like candlelight at dawn. That's not failure, that's returning. The darkness above doesn't demand that you remain aware of it. It doesn't need you to name the shadows or give them meaning. They can simply be like folds in a blanket left on the bed after someone got up and walked away. You don't have to interpret them. There is no message hidden in their shape. You aren't responsible for smoothing over moments that didn't go perfectly. No one needs you to fix what was already mended by time, or by silence, or by simply not being there anymore. The space between people can be quiet, and it doesn't have to mean something's broken. It can just be a pause, like the stillness after someone sighs. Your hands don't need to hold anything tonight. They aren't waiting for a cup, a pen, a phone, a hand to grasp. They're not preparing for any gesture, any signal, any act of service. They are simply resting, and that is enough. You can stop watching your own thoughts, like they might betray you. You don't have to catch them before they fall into the wrong place. They aren't dangerous. They don't need a fence around them. Let them float, like dust in sunlight, slow and harmless, not trying to reach anything. The weight of everyone else's comfort isn't yours to carry anymore. Not because you stopped caring, but because care doesn't require performance. It can exist without output,
without effort, just as warmth exists without being asked for, as air moves without needing permission. You don't have to be ready when the morning comes. You don't need to plan how you'll respond if someone needs something. There's no call coming through the door tonight. No voice asking whether you're still available. The night has already taken your attention and folded it into itself like a letter never sent. Your chest doesn't have to stay open just because you've been taught that openness is kind. It can close now, not in fear, but in release. Not from withdrawal, but from not needing to be ready for anything. It can rest with the softness of something no longer bracing against impact. The rhythm of your breath slows like a clock losing its energy. No need to keep time. No reason to keep moving forward. You don't have to be present long enough to matter. The night doesn't care how fast you fall asleep. It only holds you as you are. There's nothing in the room that needs to be fixed by your attention. Nothing is waiting for you to make it right. Not a chair, not a lamp, not an unspoken word left hanging between walls. They can stay exactly where they are, perfectly still, perfectly incomplete, perfectly fine. You don't have to protect anyone from the quiet. You don't need to comfort them by being awake. The silence isn't empty. It's full with a kind of peace that doesn't demand anything in return. Your body is not a tool for care. It's not an instrument designed only to serve. It's a place where rest can happen without guilt, where stillness can exist without purpose. You don't need to be useful to matter. You're already here, exactly as you are. You don't have to think about tomorrow. There's no one outside this room who needs your mind before sleep comes. The future isn't knocking tonight. It doesn't care whether you're prepared or not. It can wait. Let your thoughts fade like footsteps on a path that hasn't been walked in years. No echo, no trace, just absence, like something never quite meant to stay. There's no one listening for the sound of your breathing. The walls don't record it. The ceiling doesn't analyze it. It simply happens. And because it happens, you can stop measuring whether it was enough. You don't have to remember what you said or how it sounded when it left your mouth. The words aren't stuck in the air like dust on glass. They didn't leave behind a residue of meaning that needs tending. You can let them dissolve, not because they were wrong, but because they weren't yours to keep. No one is holding on to them, not the person you spoke with, not even your own mind. The conversation has already settled into its quiet place, like rainwater soaking into earth after a storm, no longer visible, but deeply present. There's no need to rehearse what could have been said differently. There's no unfinished thread pulling at your ribs. You don't have to rewrite the ending in your head because it wasn't perfect. Perfection isn't required for something to be true. The way you spoke, soft, careful, trying to keep everyone balanced, is already real.
And now it can stay where it is, not fixed, not corrected, not remembered with weight. Your hands are still open, not out of obligation, but because they've stopped waiting. They don't feel the need to reach for anything that might come next. There's no one needing you to hand them something. No cup to pass across a table. No gesture to complete. Just your palms resting on the blanket, warm and weightless like feathers left in sunlight. You can stop measuring how long it takes for silence to feel safe. You don't have to fill it with another sound just because the room is quiet. The space between breaths doesn't need an explanation. It's not empty. It's full of stillness that doesn't demand your attention, and you're allowed to stay in it without being on alert. The lamp beside you isn't waiting for your hand to turn it off. It can be dark and unattended. No one will notice if the light stays on or goes out. The house knows how to live without your permission. The walls don't keep track of whether everything is exactly as it should be. They hold the quiet like a secret that's been kept for years. You don't have to worry about what someone might think tomorrow because you didn't say something today. Their thoughts aren't tied to your silence. They can live in their own world, full of things they haven't said, questions they've left unanswered. You're not responsible for how they feel when the light fades or when a sentence goes unsaid. There's no reason to imagine someone reaching out because you weren't quick enough. The space between people isn't always a gap that needs closing. Sometimes it's just room. Room for breathing, room for forgetting, room for simply being apart without regret. You can stop thinking about whether your voice was too soft or too loud, whether the tone carried what you meant. What matters is not how others heard you, but that you were able to speak at all, even if only quietly, even if just in the small space between heartbeats. No one needs proof of your care tonight.
You don't have to be seen to matter. The fact that you tried to listen, to respond, to stay present already exists. It doesn't disappear because no one thanked you or said it was enough. It lives in the quiet place where intentions are kept without needing applause. Let go of whether your effort left a mark on anyone else. You don't have to prove anything by being awake. Your presence isn't measured only when people look at you. There's value in just being, without performance, without purpose, without obligation. The air around you is not waiting for your breath to be steady or deep enough. It doesn't care how long it takes for your chest to rise and fall. It simply moves through the room like a memory that never wanted to leave, soft and unannounced. There's no one standing at the edge of this stillness, watching you sleep, waiting to see if you'll wake up too soon. No gaze checks on whether you're resting properly or if your body is doing what it should. The night doesn't keep score. It only holds you as you are, not more than that, not less. Your mind can drift like a leaf caught in the slow current of a stream, carried along without needing to know where it's going. No need to steer it toward meaning or resolution. Let it float just beyond reach, free from urgency, free from the need to fix itself. There's no one outside this room who is waiting for you to be ready. Not even yourself. You don't have to return to awareness before sleep takes hold. The night already has your attention. It doesn't need permission to fold you in. Your body can stop trying to stay alert just because it once believed that being awake was the same as caring. It's allowed to sink into itself, not out of indifference, but because rest is a form of care too. Care for yourself. Care for this moment. Care for the quiet that doesn't ask anything in return. You don't have to be useful every time you're conscious. You don't have to make something happen just because you're aware. Awareness isn't always performance. Sometimes it's just being, you breathing, your skin warm beneath the covers, your thoughts drifting like smoke from a fire long since gone out. No one is waiting for you to say anything now. No hand reaches through darkness to pull at your sleeve. There's no voice calling from across the room, asking if you are still there. You don't have to answer. The silence isn't an invitation to speak. It's an invitation to stop. You can let go of whether someone noticed when you left a sentence unfinished, whether they felt slighted by what went unsaid. They may not even remember it at all. And if they do, that memory doesn't belong to you anymore. You don't have to carry the weight of how it landed. Let your thoughts fade like footprints in snow, softened by time, blurred by weather, gradually erased by stillness. The path isn't yours to walk again. There's no reason to go back and smooth out every mark you made. You don't need to protect anyone from silence. You don't have to stay awake so they won't feel alone. They're not waiting for your voice to keep them company. They can be quiet too, just as you are now, just as the room is now, just as the air itself has been all along. Your breath doesn't need to be measured or judged. It's not required to stay steady.
You don't have to control it, shape it, or make it last longer than necessary. Let it come and go, like something that belongs naturally to you. Not a task, not an achievement. Just rhythm in motion. There's no one outside this moment who needs your attention before sleep comes. No unfinished business that demands your mind be sharp when the lights dim. The world doesn't need you to wake up first. It can wait, just as it has waited for every night like this one. The floor beneath you isn't holding its breath, waiting for your feet to rise from rest. The blanket isn't tracking how long you've been still. Nothing in the room is measuring whether you're doing enough by being asleep. You don't have to be present for everyone's comfort tonight. You don't need to stand guard at the edge of silence so someone doesn't feel unseen. The quiet can hold people without your help. It already does. Your shoulders don't have to keep rising in readiness. Shoulders that once braced against words not yet spoken, or gestures still to be made. Let them lower now, not because you've given up, but because there's no one left to serve. The space between your ribs can soften without fear of collapse. The chest doesn't need to stay open like a door left ajar for someone who never came. It can close, gently, slowly, just as it wants to, because closure isn't abandonment, it's release. You don't have to be available all the time. You don't have to keep your mind awake so no one feels abandoned in their own thoughts. No one needs you to stay alert long enough to catch every emotion before it fades. The night is not a test of how much care you can give without stopping. It's simply a place where rest happens. Not because you earned it, but because you're allowed to be here exactly as you are. The weight of your hands has changed shape tonight, no longer holding, not even resting on anything, just lying open like stones that have forgotten how to sink. You don't have to cradle the moment in your palms. There's no need to keep it whole for someone else who may never reach out for it. The air around you isn't waiting to be shaped by your next breath. It stays as it is,
still, even when nothing moves through it. You are not responsible for how stillness settles on other people's skin after the last word has left the room. You don't have to listen past silence to find out if someone else was lonely in their own space while you were here, or gone from theirs. The dark doesn't ask permission before wrapping itself around corners where no one is watching. You can let your fingertips rest without imagining they might be needed elsewhere. To hold a glass, wipe a tear, steady an edge of something unbalanced. They don't need to remember their purpose tonight. Let them drift like petals caught in the corner of a hallway that hasn't been walked down for days. Your jaw isn't clenched against anything now. The muscles aren't tensing with anticipation or apology. The space behind your teeth is quiet, not stretched tight from trying to speak without speaking too much. You don't have to keep your mouth ready just in case someone calls out a question you might be expected to answer. There's no one listening for the sound of hesitation in your breath. No ear trained on whether you paused too long after saying goodbye. The silence doesn't record how fast or slow you let it grow. It simply is, like moss growing over stone that was once walked upon by someone else's feet. Your chest rises and falls not because there's a need to make space for more things, more care, more attention, but just because your body wants to move in its own quiet way, the same way roots shift beneath soil when no one is looking. The rhythm isn't proof of anything except that you are still alive, still breathing without having to justify it. The room doesn't ask you to be present for every change in light, the slow dimming of what once glowed at your edge. It holds its own dark with the same ease as any other night when no one was supposed to stay awake longer than they wanted. No voice from outside this space is reaching through walls, through time, asking whether you're still doing enough by just being here in bed, eyes closed, not speaking. The absence of sound isn't a signal that something has gone wrong. It's the natural way things are when no one needs anything but rest. You don't have to stay awake long enough to make sure someone else feels safe after your presence ends. They aren't waiting for you to go first or last. Their safety doesn't depend on how late you lie still, nor does their peace require that you remain alert at the edge of sleep, so they won't wake up alone. The darkness isn't a place where loneliness is stored. It's just space made quiet by time passing without demand. You don't have to carry it for anyone else. It doesn't weigh anything when no one lifts it. Your thoughts move through your mind like leaves drifting down from trees that aren't yours. Falling into water you didn't create and won't need to cross again. They settle where they fall. No claim made on them by the shore of any expectation. You don't have to guard against forgetting what was said or how it landed.
You don't owe anyone a perfect memory so their feelings can be confirmed as valid in your mind long after you've stopped thinking about them. The way things were isn't yours to fix anymore, not because they're broken, but because time has already passed through and left the past where it belongs, unreachable by intention or repair. You don't have to go back and touch each moment so no one feels forgotten. Your hands are open now, not forgiving nor holding on, but simply resting in the space between what was done and what could be said next, if there were anything still needed. But there isn't. The warmth beneath your skin is not a performance of comfort. It's not proof that you're being useful or that someone else will feel better because it exists. It just is. Like heat rising from the center of earth, unseen but steady. No one needs to know about it for it to be real. You don't have to prove your presence by how long you stay awake or what thoughts you keep running through your mind. Your body doesn't need a reason to rest when no one is asking it to move again tonight. The sheets around you aren't holding their breath, waiting for you to rise. They are not tracking the length of time since you last stirred, nor measuring whether you've been still long enough. They don't care if your silence has lasted too short or too long. They simply hold you as they always have, like a quiet promise that no one needs you to do more than lie here. The space above you doesn't remember how many times you've checked in on someone else's mood, how often you've softened words before speaking them, so not even the edge of discomfort could be felt. It doesn't know or care whether your tone was gentle enough when it mattered most. The ceiling is just a surface, flat and unchanged. Even after every night where emotions have passed through like wind, you can stop measuring your own voice against what people might have wanted to hear. How many times you repeated phrases without meaning them fully because someone needed the sound of reassurance more than truth. That kind of care
doesn't need to be rechecked tonight. The quiet isn't empty, it's full with its own stillness, like a lake at dawn where no ripple is made by anyone who came before or will come after. There's room in that calm for you not to do anything and still belong there just as much as if you'd said everything perfectly. You don't need your breath to be steady because someone else needs it measured out, like medicine poured from a bottle, precise, controlled. Your breathing doesn't have to match anyone's idea of how long or deep or even enough. It can rise and fall with no purpose other than being part of what happens when you are here. The air in the room is not waiting for your thoughts to settle before it settles too. It isn't holding its breath because there might be a moment later that needs more clarity, another explanation needing delivery. The stillness already exists, unearned, unasked for, just part of being night. You don't have to stay awake so someone else doesn't feel abandoned in their own thoughts. They can sit with the quiet too, the same kind you're learning now, to let feelings pass without having them answered or corrected by your presence. There's no one outside this room who needs you to remember what they said, how it sounded when spoken aloud, whether it was softened enough so not even a shadow of hurt could remain.
The moment has already passed into the space between things that are remembered and those that aren't. Your body doesn't have to stay ready for someone else's sudden need. Whether it comes as a whisper in the dark or an unspoken ache no one dares name out loud, it can let go of readiness. Just like your hands have let go of weight they were never meant to carry. The air around you is not trying to fill any gap left by silence. It simply exists where there's nothing else demanding attention. And that space, just being, is enough. You don't need to be somewhere in the world. Right now, beyond this bed, except exactly here. Eyes closed, skin warm, breath moving without direction or demand. Your mind doesn't have to search for ways to fix what isn't broken, nor does it need to rehearse every word you might say tomorrow, because someone once looked at you and seemed unsure. You don't have to carry the shape of someone else's disappointment like a stone in your pocket, even if it feels familiar. You can let go, not because it was ever yours to hold, but because it wasn't meant for you to keep. The night doesn't ask you to weigh what might have been said or left unsaid, only that you remain here as soft and unclaimed as the shadow beneath a chair,
where no one walks. There's no record of your efforts stored in the walls. No echo clinging to the corners waiting for validation. You don't need to be remembered for how perfectly you responded when someone hesitated. Your body knows what it means to wait, how muscles stay ready long after the signal has faded. But tonight, that readiness can dissolve like sugar dropped into warm water. There's no one who will notice if your shoulders unclench and fall away from your ears. No one is watching for the moment you stop bracing against an invisible weight. The space around you doesn't demand that you stay alert to the possibility of a need arising. There isn't any requirement that you be on guard, even in your sleep. You can stop being vigilant about tone, about timing, about how long someone might have waited before speaking again. You don't need to calculate whether your pause was too short or too deep. The silence doesn't care if it felt like a gap or a gift. It simply is, without judgment, without demand, and you are allowed not to fill it. The way your breath moves now isn't meant to calm anyone else. It's not rhythm for comfort, not pacing for reassurance. Your breath has no purpose beyond being yours. The air in the room doesn't rise and fall because someone is listening. It stays still, even when you don't move at all. You can let your ribs sink slowly, like stones sinking into mud, without needing to lift them again. There's a difference between caring for others and carrying their quiet before they've even named it. And tonight, you are no longer required to carry what hasn't been handed over. The warmth in your palms isn't meant to soothe someone else's fear. It is only the natural heat of being alive. You don't have to give that away because someone might need comfort later. Let the memories of conversations drift past like leaves floating down a slow stream. Some caught briefly on an eddy, some spinning and turning until they settle into the dark bed below. They don't need your attention now. They aren't calling out for correction or repair. You can watch them go without needing to reach back. Your hands are no longer shaped by what you've held today. The phone call that ended too quickly. The note left on a table with 3 words and no signature. The coffee cup still warm when you handed it over, but already gone cold in your memory. They aren't meant to be ready for more. The fingers can uncurl as they wish, palms open not towards service or response, but simply because there's nothing to do. The weight of needing to fix anything has left your spine like a coat shed at the door. You don't need to bend forward anymore to catch someone else's falling tone. Your back doesn't have to stay straight for the sake of being available. It can soften, sag gently into the mattress, as if it were finally allowed to forget how to hold itself upright. The room is quiet, not because you've made it so, but because it has always been this way, even when you weren't still enough to notice. The floorboards don't creak when no one walks on them. The window doesn't tremble with the sound of someone approaching outside. Nothing in this place demands that you be present for its quiet. You can stop measuring your presence against the shape of absence. Whether someone was happy or restless, whether they said thank you or not at all. You don't have to wonder if your silence made a difference. The space between people doesn't need to be filled by your voice, nor does it shrink when you're not there. You can let go of the idea that your being is only useful in moments where someone looks up and says something, needing attention. There's no requirement for your body to stay ready for a request that never comes. It can remain still, not as an absence, but as belonging, just as much here, just as complete, even when nothing happens. There isn't any need to be needed tonight.
You don't have to prove you're present by doing something or saying anything. The air around you is already holding you in its quiet, without effort, without condition. Your eyelids can stay closed not because of fatigue, but because the world outside has no claim on your eyes anymore. You are allowed to close them and not open them again until morning. Until then, there's no obligation for sight. No need to see whether someone is upset or smiling or turning away. The way your skin feels against the sheets isn't about being useful. It's just sensation. Warm where it presses into cotton, cool where air slips beneath. You don't have to interpret what that means. It doesn't signal anything, needing correction or response. It simply is, like the curve of a wave in slow motion. You can stop thinking about how you might be perceived tomorrow. What words were chosen poorly? What tone slipped too sharp? What silence was misread as indifference? Those moments have already passed into the kind of stillness where things don't need names anymore. They aren't waiting for your attention or apology. You don't owe them a second look. Even if someone wonders later whether you were really listening, whether your eyes stayed open long enough, whether your smile was real, they don't know what it's like to lie here with no one calling, no hand reaching out from the dark. They can't feel how heavy not being needed actually feels when it finally stops being a burden and becomes rest. You are allowed to be this, unwanted, unneeded, simply present, without guilt or shame. The world doesn't collapse because you're not there to hold its pieces together. It moves on without you. And so can you.
The weight of making sure everyone else is fine has already dropped from your chest.
You don't have to carry it forward. There's no reason to keep checking whether someone was left behind, whether a word landed too hard or too light. The night isn't asking for proof that you tried. You can let go not because you failed, but because you were never meant to be the one who holds everything together. Some people don't need your hands on their shoulders. Some moments aren't meant to be fixed, and some silences are only meant to be lived through, not filled with anything at all. There's no test of whether you did enough, no scorecard in the air, no report card waiting to be graded by someone who doesn't even know your name anymore. The quiet isn't watching you for mistakes or missed chances. It holds you just as you are, still, breath moving slowly beneath closed lids, body softening like dough left too long in a bowl. You don't have to earn the right to rest. You don't need permission to not be useful tonight. Your presence doesn't require justification. Let your chest rise and fall without meaning. It can be slow, irregular, uneven even, without needing to meet any standard. The air doesn't care if you breathe deeply enough or quietly enough. It's just there, moving in and out of the room like it has always done, never stopping for anyone. Your mind can drift now, not toward tomorrow, not toward what might be said or left unsaid, but simply into a kind of listening that isn't hearing anything at all. Not even your own thoughts need to be answered. They don't have to be followed through. You don't have to respond to the quiet inside you. You are allowed to feel nothing and still belong here. To want nothing and still be enough. To not care about how someone else feels and still be part of this world. Just as much as if you'd said everything perfectly. You don't have to remember how many times you said yes today, or when you nodded too quickly, or where your voice caught in the middle of a sentence meant to keep someone from feeling alone. The way your fingers rest on your stomach now isn't because they're still holding something. There's nothing to hold anymore. They're just there, soft and open, like petals that fell from a flower long after it stopped blooming. You don't have to imagine what the next person might need before you even know their name. There's no one on the other side of this room who needs your attention tonight. No tone to perfect, no expression to shape just so. The air in the space around you is thick with stillness, not because it's empty, but because it's full of everything that doesn't need a response. It holds the warmth from your body without demanding anything back. You don't have to give it permission to stay. The curtains hang loosely over the window, unmoving, like they've forgotten how wind feels. They're not waiting for you to open them or close them again. They're just where they are, resting in their own quiet weight. You can feel your breath slowing now, not because you've decided it should, but because it's beginning to find its own rhythm, one that doesn't care about timing or pace. It doesn't need to be even or deep or measured. It moves through you like a soft tide, not rushing toward shore, but drifting in place, letting itself be carried by the shape of your body, rather than trying to change it. There's no one here to notice if your jaw unclenches just slightly. No one to see how slowly the muscles behind your eyes release their grip on the day. You don't have to protect yourself from being seen too soft, or too quiet, or too still. The room doesn't care whether you're awake or dreaming. It holds both possibilities like a blanket folded at the foot of the bed. Neither one is better than the other. You can stop thinking about who might be left out of something that never really needed everyone anyway. You don't have to worry if someone missed your presence in a conversation, because you weren't there to begin with. You were already somewhere else, quietly letting go. There's no reason to check whether your absence made space or created silence. The silence doesn't need an explanation. Your hands are empty now, not from having given something away, but from having stopped expecting anything at all. They don't ache for a task. They don't twitch toward another gesture meant to ease someone else's moment of discomfort. There's no urge to reach out, to adjust, to fix what isn't broken. You can rest your palms flat against the bed, like two quiet doors left open to nothing. The weight that used to live in your chest, like a stone wrapped in soft fabric, is finally settling somewhere below. Not gone, but unclaimed. It doesn't belong to you anymore. It's just there, as if it had been waiting for this moment all along, to stop being carried and start becoming part of the stillness. You don't have to ask yourself, what will happen when someone finds out you were not available? You don't need to rehearse how you'll explain that your phone stayed off or that you didn't reply. There's no message waiting for you in a voicemail.
No text with an emoji meant to signal something urgent. The world is moving on without your permission, and it doesn't slow down because of your absence. You don't need to be present to make things right. You don't have to prove that you care by doing anything at all.
Your worth isn't tied to whether someone smiled when they saw you, or how long they listened, or if they noticed you were there. The quiet now is not a pause between moments. It's its own kind of motion. It breathes in time with your body, without needing to match it. You don't have to keep up. You don't have to perform calmness. You're allowed to feel the edges of yourself begin to blur, like ink dropped into water, spreading slowly, not trying to stay contained. Your shoulders are no longer holding anything. They've stopped bracing for a request that never comes. There's no one behind you asking if you can help carry something heavier than your own weight. The air doesn't press on them anymore. It just lets them sink into the mattress like roots finding soil. You don't have to worry about whether someone will be disappointed when they realize you weren't there for them tonight. That thought isn't a threat. It's just passing through, not landing anywhere. You don't need to answer it. You don't even need to name it. It fades the same way light disappears at dawn, without fanfare, without warning. There's no one here who needs you to be strong or patient or kind in the way they expect. There's no role to play, no script to follow. You don't have to act like someone else would under your circumstances. The only thing required of you is that you remain, just as you are, with nothing to prove. You can feel how soft your skin has become, not from being touched, but from having stopped preparing for touch. It's not waiting for a hand or a voice or an expression. It just knows what it feels like to be unguarded, warm in the places where warmth is natural, cool in the hollows where air slips through. The darkness around you isn't cold. It's full of breath and space. There's no need to fill it with sound or memory or effort. You don't have to tell yourself stories about who might still be awake somewhere, wondering what happened to your attention. They're not thinking of you. Not now. And even if they are, their thoughts aren't yours to carry. Your chest rises and falls like a slow tide in an uncharted sea, moving without direction, without destination. It doesn't need to reach anything. It just is the motion itself. You don't have to be useful to belong here. You don't need to do something to exist. The room holds you not because you've earned it, but because you're breathing. And that's enough. There's no test in this moment, no checklist of things done or left undone.
The night doesn't require proof of your presence, nor does it demand an accounting of what you sacrificed today. You don't have to justify why you didn't say more or stay longer or try harder. You can let go not because you failed, but because you've already been enough. Not in a way that means anything loud or heroic or memorable, but in the quiet kind where being present is its own act of love. There's no one left to thank you, no hand to hold at the end of this day, and that's okay. You don't have to be thanked to be real. You can let your mind drift now without needing to follow any thought through, without having to untangle a memory or resolve a tension. It doesn't need to fix anything. It just needs to rest. The silence isn't judging you for not speaking. The dark isn't waiting for you to explain yourself. The bed is holding you because it knows how heavy the weight of caring can be, how much easier it becomes when no one expects you to carry them. You don't have to care about whether someone feels seen.
You don't have to worry if their sadness was eased by your presence or deepened by your absence. There's no requirement for you to matter in any way that is measurable, visible, or remembered. The only thing that matters now is how your body feels, how the warmth spreads through your limbs, how your breath settles into a rhythm so slow it almost stops, how your thoughts sink lower and lower, like stones dropped into deep water where nothing comes back to the surface. You don't have to be ready for anything tomorrow. You don't need to prepare yourself for what might happen when you open your eyes again. There's no urgency in this moment. No need to wake up just yet. The air moves through the room like it has always done, without needing a reason, without asking permission. It doesn't care if you're still thinking or have already let go. Your shoulders soften into the mattress, not because you've decided to relax, but because there's no reason left to hold them up. The weight that used to live in your upper back, the kind that comes from leaning forward towards someone else's need, has settled now. Like sand shifting after a wave recedes, it doesn't rise again. There is nothing to support. No one waiting for you to lift something they can't carry themselves. You don't have to be the bridge between anyone and their peace. You don't have to stand in the doorway of someone else's sadness, offering your own quiet as a kind of offering. The space where you used to brace yourself, the place behind your ribs where you kept alert for disappointment, has begun to empty. It isn't barren, it's simply open. There's room in there now, not because it was made larger, but because nothing is being asked to fill it.
The air near your face feels like a quiet breath, that belongs only to the night, not yours, not anyone else's, just existing. You don't have to respond to its presence or give it a name. It doesn't want anything from you. And when you notice how still your fingers are, not curled into fists or fidgeting with fabric, but simply resting, flat against the bed like two small stones that have finally stopped waiting for a hand to pick them up. It's not because you forced yourself to be calm. It's because there is no one who needs them, no task they must complete, no gesture they are meant to make. They don't need to be useful. They can just rest like all the other parts of you that have been waiting for permission to stop. Your breath doesn't need to follow a pattern anymore. It moves through your body, not because you're guiding it, but because your body knows how to let go without being told. The rise and fall isn't an effort. It's more like water finding its level in a basin shaped by time, long before anyone was aware of the shape at all. There is no record being kept, no ledger where every kind word or withheld frustration gets logged. You don't have to worry about whether you said too much or not enough, whether your smile was wide enough or your voice soft enough, or if someone noticed when it flickered for half a second and then steadied again. There's no audience now. No one is watching you decide what to do next, or deciding how you did what you already did. The quiet doesn't judge your pauses. It doesn't ask why you didn't speak up, or whether you were too gentle, too sharp, too late. You're not being measured by the way someone reacted when you walked away from a conversation that had gone on too long. You don't need to replay their expression in your mind to know what it meant. The look wasn't yours to interpret. It belonged only to them, not as something you caused or fixed, but as part of their own world, which doesn't require explanation for you. The floorboards beneath the bed are still warm from yesterday's footsteps, not because they remember them, but because they hold heat in a way that has nothing to do with people. They don't care if anyone walked on them today or tomorrow. They simply exist as wood and shadow and grain, waiting not for use, but for time. You can imagine the sound of a clock ticking somewhere far away, its rhythm unhurried, unjudging. It doesn't care whether you're awake or asleep, whether your heart is racing or still. It just keeps going, one beat after another, like the pulse beneath the surface of something that's already been quiet for years. There's no need to be aware of time in this place. You don't have to protect it or measure its passing. The hours aren't important anymore. They're not meant to be managed, planned around, filled with intention. There is only this: your body sinking into the bed like a feather that has finally found where it belongs. Your hands are no longer ready for anything, no one to take them, no task they must do. They don't have to know what comes next. They can be open, not because you're being generous, but because there's nothing left to close around. The darkness isn't dark in a way that feels empty. It holds things, not people or memories, but the memory of stillness itself, the feeling of being held without having to hold anything back. There is no weight on your chest now except for what it naturally carries: warmth, breath, gravity. You don't have to carry anyone else's sense of missing.
You can let go, not because you've finished doing things, but because you're allowed to be still in the middle of not needing to do anything at all. There is no list in your mind now, no unfinished errands, no forgotten apologies, no moments where you felt like you should have said something different. The thoughts that used to circle like birds over a field with nothing growing there, they've settled into their own nests or flown away without looking back. The air moves through the room slowly, not because it's tired, but because it doesn't need to get anywhere. It drifts past your skin and behind your ears, just passing through. No purpose, no demand. You don't have to listen for meaning in its quiet movement. It isn't speaking, it just is. Your eyelids are heavy,
not from fatigue, but from having stopped needing to watch. The world doesn't need you to stay alert. No one needs you to be ready. There's no signal coming through the dark that says you must respond. You don't have to catch it before it vanishes. There is a stillness in your chest, deep and quiet, that isn't silence, but something older than sound. It's not absence, it's presence without effort. Like roots settling into soil long after the plant has forgotten it was growing. You can let your jaw drop slightly, not because you're tired, but because there's no reason to keep it clenched. No one is waiting for you to smile, or nod, or agree with anything anymore. You don't have to prove that you understand by making a sound. The bed doesn't ask if you've done enough today. It doesn't care how many people said thank you, or whether anyone noticed your kindness. It holds you simply because you're here, and that's all it ever needed. Your thoughts aren't racing anymore.
They're not trying to fix anything or make sense of what happened earlier in the day. They don't need to be useful. They can just float, like dust motes in a sunbeam, drifting without direction, without purpose, without being seen. There is no one here asking you to explain yourself. No voice from the past reminding you that you should have said more or stayed longer. The silence isn't waiting for an answer. It's already given it. You don't need to earn your rest. You're not deserving of sleep because of what you did today or how much you gave. You are allowed to be tired, not as a punishment, but as part of being human, as natural as breathing, as necessary as darkness. There is no performance now, no role that needs to be played, no smile required at the end of this night. The only thing needed here is for your body to feel what it feels like to stop carrying. And so you let go, just a little more, with each breath, with every passing second where nothing happens, and yet everything settles deeper into place. The room holds its shape not because someone told it how to be, but because it's been this way for years. The walls don't know who walks through them or when they leave. They simply stand, quiet, steady, full of space that doesn't belong to anyone else. Your skin feels the temperature of your own body, as if for the first time. Not cold, not hot, just there. Warm in places where warmth is natural. Cool in hollows where air slips through like a secret it's decided not to keep. You don't have to be anything to exist. not kind, not strong, not helpful. You don't need to prove you're present by doing something with your hands or voice. Your presence here, this quiet body on the bed, is enough, simply because it is.
The edges of your awareness soften like fabric, left in a sunbeam too long, faded, loose at the seams, no longer holding its shape against anything. You don't have to remember what you were supposed to do next. There's no list that needs completing tonight. No note tucked into a pocket or voice message waiting for replay. The only thing happening right now is your breath moving through your body like water over smooth stones. No urgency, no resistance. It just flows. Your hands rest on the surface beneath you, not curled, not clenched, not even resting in expectation of needing to pick up anything later. They are simply there, palms open, fingers relaxed, as if they've forgotten how to grip. Not because they're weak, but because they don't need to be strong anymore. There's no one reaching out for help from your hands tonight. No arm to steady, no cup to carry, no door to hold open. They are free to stay still. Your shoulders drop not with defeat, but with release. The kind that comes when you stop bracing against something that wasn't even there. The air around you doesn't pull at your muscles. It doesn't demand a response from your spine or ask you to straighten up just in case someone's watching. You don't have to be upright for the world to know you're present. Your body is no longer performing its role of being useful, reliable, available. And yet, you are still here. Not because you did anything, not because you said enough, not because you made anyone feel better today, but simply because you exist, quietly, steadily, unannounced, as the air exists in this room, as light fills a corner without asking permission. There is no need to be noticed. No one needs you to explain why your voice hesitated when someone asked for help. No one needs you to justify staying silent or stepping away. You don't have to prove that you cared by doing something visible, by speaking, by acting, by making a gesture. Caring doesn't always look like action. Sometimes it's just being in the room while someone else is hurting and not needing to fix anything. You can let go of the idea that your presence must mean something to be valid. The way you're lying now, on your back or on your side, whatever position feels most natural is enough. It doesn't need to serve a purpose. The shape of your body isn't a performance. Your stillness isn't failure. It's not emptiness. It's space. A place where nothing needs to happen. You don't have to be helpful, just because you're awake. You don't have to be kind just because someone looked at you with hope in their eyes earlier today. Kindness doesn't require a return. It can exist without being seen, without being acknowledged. You gave it anyway, quietly, without fanfare, and that was enough. Now there is no need for the next act. No one's waiting to hear how you'll respond when they ask again tomorrow. No script needs rehearsing in your head. You don't have to prepare for what comes after this moment of quiet, because it doesn't matter yet. There will be time later if you want it. For now, just let the thoughts drift like leaves caught in a slow river. You aren't responsible for how others feel when they remember today. You can't control their reactions or predict what they'll say in private. Their disappointment isn't yours to carry. Their confusion, their quiet sighs, they don't belong in your chest like weights. They're not tied to you by anything but memory, and memories are things that live on their own. You don't have to soften the edges of your kindness because someone might misinterpret it as obligation. You can be gentle without being drained. You can be there without needing to be needed. Your breath moves in, again, longer this time, deeper than before, as if something inside you is learning how to stay still, not out of fatigue, but out of choice. Not from giving up, but from finally having permission to stop doing. There's a quiet hum beneath your skin, the sound of blood moving through veins that don't need to work harder, a slow pulse in the back of your neck that doesn't have to speed up for anyone. Your feet are warm at the tips, not because you're reaching towards something, but because they've been allowed to rest. There is no one asking if you're okay. No voice from the past saying you should have done more. No echo of a conversation where you hesitated too long and felt guilty afterward. You don't have to replay it now. The moment has already passed, not because you resolved anything, but because it's over. There is no need to resolve anything tonight. The air in this room doesn't care if you said yes when you wanted to say no. It doesn't remember the moments where you smiled, even though your chest ached inside. It simply holds space, empty enough for you to be exactly as you are, without needing to become anyone else. And so you let yourself be small here, not in worth, but in effort, not in presence, but in stillness. There is no project waiting in the dark. no list of things undone. You don't have to make sure everyone's okay before you close your eyes. They're not dependent on your approval, your attention, or even your continued existence. People are not vessels that need filling from you every day. Some carry their own light, and so you can stop being the source. You can let go of the quiet assumption that someone will be left behind if you don't stay awake, that no one would know how to survive without your help. You aren't a bridge or an anchor or a door that never closes. You are a person, a body with skin and breath and dreams, and those things are enough. Even when they're not doing anything at all, the darkness isn't waiting for you to fix it. It doesn't need you to say something brave or kind into the silence. The night is holding its shape, not because of your presence, but in spite of it. Like a tree standing still after everyone walks away. You don't have to be useful just to exist. Your hands are no longer waiting for a task. Your jaw isn't tight with the effort of saying yes when you meant no. Your chest doesn't rise and fall with anxiety over whether someone will notice your absence tomorrow. You're not measuring your value by how much time you gave or how many people thanked you. You are allowed to be a quiet thing in a world that runs on noise, allowed to exist without proving it. The warmth spreads from the center of you outward, like light through glass after sunset. Not bright, not urgent, but steady. It doesn't demand anything back. It just is. Your eyelids don't feel heavy because they're tired. They feel heavy because they've decided to stay closed, not out of fatigue, but because there's no reason to open them now. No one needs you to watch. No one needs you to see what's happening beyond the walls. The room holds its shape, not because it has to, but because it can. Without anyone guarding it. Without someone making sure everything is in place, it remains exactly as it was when you first came in. And so do you. Not fixed, not changed, just here.
No one else needs this moment to be perfect. No voice from inside your head saying, "You should have stayed longer," or "You could have said something different." There's no script, no role, no character to play. You aren't trying to earn the right to rest. Rest isn't a reward. It's not something you must deserve before it comes. It is simply what happens when nothing needs doing. And so your body settles deeply now. Not like falling asleep, but like sinking into water that has been waiting for you all along. The breath slows again, not because you're forcing it to slow, but because there's no reason not to let it take its time. Your arms lie where they are, not out of exhaustion, but because they don't need to do anything anymore. You aren't responsible for how someone feels tomorrow when the sun comes up. You aren't required to be ready before you wake. The night doesn't demand a report on your actions today. It only asks that you let go. And so you do, not all at once, but in small releases, like waves receding from sand after they've come in. The weight in your shoulders isn't from carrying anything. Not really. It's just the shape that staying awake left behind. It settles into the hollows of your collarbones, like snow gathering, where there was no wind to move it. You don't need to lift it. You don't need to carry it forward. There's space now for softness to settle in instead of effort. Your fingers uncurl slowly, not because you've decided to relax, but because the air around them is already holding their shape without your help. Outside the window, a single light has gone out. Just one. You don't know who turned it off or why. It doesn't matter anymore. The house still stands as it did when you came in, not waiting for permission to be whole. No one is looking back through glass at the shape of your silhouette against the wall. There's no need to wonder whether someone noticed you were gone. Your breath moves like a quiet river under stone. No rush, no sound loud enough to wake even silence. It doesn't matter if it changes direction. It doesn't have to follow any path but its own. You're not shaping it with intention anymore. There's no purpose behind the next inhale or exhale. Just breath happening as it does in places where nothing needs fixing. The edge of your blanket has come loose from the foot of the bed, curled slightly at the corner, like a leaf that forgot to fall. It doesn't need you to tuck it back in.
The room doesn't care if it's neat or not. There's no one here who will step forward and say, "You left this undone." No one is watching for small failures. You've stopped measuring your worth by how many people felt seen today, how many voices paused just a second longer than usual when you spoke. The quiet after someone says thank you isn't a debt to be paid tomorrow. It's not a signal that something must be done in return. It's just the space between two sounds, like the pause before rain begins. Your hands are no longer shaped by what they've done or what they might do. They lie where they are, palms up, like cups left out on a table after someone has stopped serving. Not empty, just not full of anything needed right now. The fingers don't twitch with anticipation. They don't reach for the next task because there isn't one. You're not responsible for how long someone remembers you. You aren't required to be remembered at all. Some people hold on tighter than others, but even that is their own weight to carry, not yours. Your presence doesn't need to echo through time in order to have meaning. There's no reason to rehearse what could have been said differently. No need to replay the pause when someone looked away and you weren't sure if it meant disappointment or just tiredness. You don't need to know why their voice dropped at the end of a sentence, or whether they paused because something hurt, or just because they were thinking about dinner. The quiet in your chest isn't an absence. It's not emptiness. It's full of things that aren't urgent, full of things that are simply allowed to be there without needing a name. That's how stillness works. It doesn't have to explain itself. You don't need to prove you're present just because you're breathing. The walls around you feel different now, not as boundaries, not as support, but as quiet companions who've learned how to hold space without asking for anything in return. They don't watch. They don't judge. They don't record your movements or count the seconds of silence. Your back is flat against the mattress, not because you're tired, but because there's no reason not to be. The shape of your body fits the bed as it always did, without effort, without correction. There's no need for alignment anymore. No one needs you to stay upright. You don't have to keep yourself in place so others feel safe. You aren't being tested by how long you can go without speaking. You're not being measured by whether someone noticed you were gone when the lights went out. Your silence doesn't mean anything except that it's yours now. No one else has claimed it. No one else needs to interpret it. Your thoughts don't need permission to wander like dust in a sunbeam. They can drift without needing to return to an anchor. No one is waiting for you to come back to the conversation or to fix something that wasn't broken. The day doesn't expect anything from your night. Even the part of you that still wonders, just under the surface, whether someone might be lonely right now, that part can rest too. You don't need to know what they're feeling. It's not your job to fill every gap in their world. That would be too much for one person to carry. Even if you could, it wouldn't mean anything was truly better. You aren't the only source of comfort. There are other quiet things, small lights left on after everyone leaves, a cup of tea cooling on a kitchen counter, an old sweater still smelling like someone who used to sit there. These things exist without needing your attention. They don't need you to stay awake for them. Your body is not waiting for permission to stop being useful. It's already stopped. Not by force, but because it has been given the space to let go. The muscles in your jaw aren't tensing against an invisible line between yes and no. They don't need to guard what you say next. Your skin doesn't have to remember every time someone leaned on it, emotionally or physically, to know its own value. You're not responsible for how many people reached out today, or whether they felt held when the moment passed. You're allowed to be a person who does nothing and still exists with full weight in your bones. Not because you did something impressive, but simply because you are here, quiet, breathing, unasked for, undemanding. The air around you is not waiting for you to say anything brave. It doesn't need you to apologize for being tired. No one needs a message from you before they go to sleep. You don't have to write letters in your mind to people who aren't even awake yet. Your hands are free, not because you've decided to be free, but because the night has already released them. There is nothing left to hand over, nothing left to give. No one waiting at the door with a question they can only ask through you. You don't need to prepare for tomorrow. You don't have to decide what will happen after sleep ends. The next day doesn't require a report. It doesn't care how many thoughts you had today, or whether your heart ached once when someone looked away. The future is not listening. Even the part of you that still checks, just beneath awareness, for signs that someone was disappointed, that small worry, it can stay where it is now, not dismissed. just held gently in the dark, like something too fragile to move, too quiet to name. It doesn't need a solution. It just needs to be allowed not to matter. The room has no schedule. The floorboards don't creak because they're waiting for your footstep. The curtains don't shift because someone is watching from outside. They stay still. You can do the same. You aren't being forgotten. You aren't being replaced. There's no one in this house who needs you to show up, not even yourself. Not tonight, not ever, just here. Now, letting go with every breath that doesn't have a purpose. There is no expectation that you be anything more than what you are. Someone lying down, eyes closed, hands open, chest soft. The night holding its shape around you without asking for a word in return. You don't need to earn rest. You don't need to prove your presence by being useful or noticed. There's no test at the end of this silence. No final moment where someone turns and says thank you. Just this, the feeling of weightlessness, not because you've let go of everything, but because nothing ever needed holding in the first place. And so you stay still, not asleep yet, but close enough that time doesn't matter.
Not awake enough to worry about what comes next. Just here. Your body no longer braced against the idea that someone might be left behind if you stop being available. You are not failing to do enough. Even if your mind keeps turning over what was missed, no detail forgotten, no tone misread, no silence left unexamined. The weight of those moments isn't yours to carry into sleep. It's allowed to stay where it is, in the quiet space between breaths, just beyond reach. You don't have to measure your care by how much you gave or whether someone noticed it was there. That kind of accounting has no place here. There is a stillness beneath your ribs that doesn't need to be explained. It's not absence, it's presence without demand. Your heart beats in its own time now, not on the rhythm of others' needs. You don't have to match their pace or anticipate where they'll step next. The air around you isn't thick with obligation. It's light, like dust settling after a long day, no longer stirring.
Your hands remain open, not as an act of generosity, but because there is nothing left to hold. Not the weight of unasked questions, not the shape of someone else's disappointment, not even the memory of how you once held them when they were afraid. You don't need to remember that anymore. There is no reason to keep it in your fingers. The night doesn't expect anything from you. No update, no apology, no reassurance. It has been waiting for nothing but stillness, and so have you. Not because you've decided to stop being kind, but because kindness doesn't require effort to be real. The fact that you care is already enough. You don't need to prove it with your body or your voice. You can let go of the idea that someone might wonder what happened if you didn't respond, if you didn't check in, if you just stayed quiet. That question doesn't exist in this moment. It hasn't been asked yet. Not even in silence does anyone reach for you now. No one is listening for your footsteps on the stairs or the sound of your voice at the edge of a room. Even the part of you that wants to be there, just in case, is not required to stay awake. That desire isn't wrong, but it doesn't need to be active right here. It can rest too, like an old coat left on a hook. It doesn't have to be worn every night. The walls don't remember your promises or the things you swore to do tomorrow. They aren't keeping score of how many times you said, "I'll handle that," or "Let me help." The floor beneath you isn't waiting for you to stand up and move forward, even if it once carried the weight of so much preparation. You don't need to be ready. You don't have to be useful in order to belong here. Your presence doesn't require performance. You are not being judged by how much you gave today, or whether you said the right thing when someone looked at you with quiet eyes. There is no one outside this room who needs your attention tonight. Not even yourself. There's only this, the soft weight of your limbs, the warmth pooling beneath your skin, the way each breath moves through you like a slow river, finding its level again after being pulled in too many directions. The light has gone out, not because it was turned off, but because it wasn't needed anymore. The shadows don't mean anything. They aren't hiding anyone or waiting for someone to speak. They are simply what happens when the sun is no longer here.
And now you are allowed to be like that too, unseen and unaccounted for, yet fully present. You can stop being the person who checks everything, who listens in case a sigh means something, who watches every expression to know whether it's safe to relax. You don't have to stay alert because someone might need you before they sleep. No one is waiting with an urgent hand on your shoulder at this hour. The night isn't holding its breath. The clock doesn't care how many thoughts passed through you today or how long you sat awake thinking about what you didn't say. It doesn't keep track of the people who felt something when you looked away, or whether they were left with a small ache behind their eyes. That isn't your responsibility to carry into rest. There is no reason to think that someone else's comfort depends on how long you stay awake. There's no message waiting for you at the edge of sleep. No note tucked under the pillow saying, "I didn't feel seen." Even if they did, it wouldn't matter now because you're not listening anymore. Not in a way that demands action. You can stop being responsible for how others interpret your silence or your stillness. You don't have to make meaning from every pause. The quiet doesn't need explanation. It just is, and so do you. Not as someone who fixed things, not as someone who kept everyone steady through the day, but simply as a body resting in its own space, with no role to play and no part to perform. You are allowed to be nothing more than what you are: warm, soft, unasked for, deeply present in your own skin. The door is closed, not because of anything you did, but because it was never meant to stay open all night. The window doesn't need light from inside to know the sky is still above.
And your breath, your quiet, even breathing is not a signal. It's not calling anyone back or saying, "I'm here." It's just happening. You don't have to be important in order to exist. You don't have to matter to someone else for you to feel safe. There is no requirement that you be needed at this moment, especially not by yourself. Your mind can slow down without apology. The thoughts that come won't need answers. They'll just float past like clouds over a field, passing through the sky and leaving nothing behind. The mattress holds you gently, not because of what you've done or will do, but simply because it is made to hold, not because you earned it. You don't have to prove your worth by being awake. No one needs you to stay on duty until morning arrives. You can stop watching for the next request. Not even a whisper matters now. The night doesn't need permission to continue. It already has, and so do you. There is no unfinished business that must be settled before sleep. There's nothing left to fix, no one left to comfort, no expectation that you will carry anything forward into tomorrow. You are not responsible for how anyone feels when they wake up, not even your own. Even the smallest part of you, your pulse, your breath, your skin against the sheets, that tiny sense of being alive. It doesn't need to be explained or justified. It just is. And it's enough. The darkness isn't waiting to be filled with something meaningful. It's not a void that needs to be proven real by your presence. You don't have to speak into it, move through it, or name its edges. It can simply be without you having to do anything in return. You are allowed to feel the weight of being here without needing to earn it. Your body doesn't need permission to relax. No one is watching.
There's no audience that needs a performance from you. The silence isn't empty. It's full, but not with noise. Full with stillness so deep that even time slows down inside it. You can sink into it without fear of being lost, because you're not going anywhere. Not now, not yet. Your hands stay open because they don't need to close. The air doesn't ask for your thoughts or your care. It just breathes, and you breathe with it, without effort, without direction, without needing a reason. There's no one outside this room who needs you to be anything at all, not even in dreams, not even when they call out. You're not required to answer. You don't have to say yes or no. There is no need to decide what happens next, because the night has already decided it is time for rest. You can stop being on duty, not by choice, but by letting go so slowly that you barely notice how much lighter you are becoming. The weight of responsibility isn't removed. It just dissolves into air, like mist rising from soil after rain. The sheets are not holding you because they know what you've done today. They're not weighing your kindness or measuring the length of your patience. The fabric has simply been soft for a long time.
worn smooth by seasons that didn't ask questions. It doesn't remember whether you stayed late at the table or said yes when you meant no. It only knows how to cradle, how to settle around your shoulders without claiming credit for it. You are not being watched, not in this quiet. No one is counting how long you've been still, or wondering if you're thinking about them. The clock on the wall doesn't tick louder because you stopped moving through time like a servant with an unpaid ledger.
It just breathes its own slow rhythm. No demand for your attention. No signal that something must be done in response. The air is not waiting to be filled by your words or your presence. It isn't heavy from what you haven't said. It doesn't feel lighter because you've released anything. It simply exists as it always has, between the walls and above the floorboards, steady and unbothered. You can lie in that air without needing to earn its breath. There's no sound between heartbeats that requires explanation. No silence after a conversation where someone paused too long. It doesn't mean you failed to say enough or said something wrong. It just means they were thinking of their own world, not yours. And it's okay if your name never came up in the quiet space between what was spoken and what wasn't. Your hands rest on top of each other now, not folded into duty, not pressed together like a prayer for forgiveness. They are open because there is nothing to catch. There's no one reaching through the dark toward you with something they need from your care. No hand needs to be held or offered. Not even yours does. The weight in your chest isn't guilt. It's just gravity settling into soft places, like snow on a roof that doesn't know it was ever cold before. You don't have to smooth out the ache because it won't become something worse if you leave it alone. It can be heavy without being wrong. The shape of breath beneath ribs is not an obligation, just proof that life continues in its own way. A lamp has been turned off somewhere, far away from here, not by your hand or voice, but quietly, as if the light had forgotten how to stay on long enough to matter. And now it's gone without complaint. No one needed it after all. The room doesn't dim because you've stopped being useful. It simply moves into shadow like something that was never meant for brightness. There is no echo of a voice from earlier in the day asking whether you were okay. Because even if there had been, you weren't required to answer. Not then. Not now. No one's tone needs your reply tonight. You don't have to explain why you didn't call back or what it meant that you stayed silent when they said something hurtful. Even the memory of their disappointment doesn't need a response from you anymore.
it can rest where it is, like dust on an old shelf, no longer needing to be moved or acknowledged. You don't have to make space for it in your breath. The feeling itself isn't yours to carry just because someone felt something. Your skin feels the texture of night, not as a test, not as proof that you're awake and aware, but simply as sensation. Cool at first, where it meets air near the neck, then warming slowly under the blanket, like sunlight settling into stone after hours in shadow. There is no judgment in temperature, no need to decide if this warmth means comfort or surrender. The edge of your shoulder doesn't ache because you've done too much. It aches because blood flows through tissue that's been tense for days without permission to relax, and now it can. The body isn't asking what purpose the pain serves, just letting itself be felt, just allowing space for sensation to exist in its own right. You are not being watched by anyone who matters tonight, not even yourself. You don't need to check whether you're doing enough or thinking correctly when no one is listening. Not even your own mind has a record of what's correct anymore. It's simply quiet now, drifting between thoughts like leaves on water, each floating without direction. There are corners in this room that never knew light, walls where the paint peeled because they were too far from windows to care whether anyone passed by, and still, those walls stayed standing. No one had to ask them why or thank them for not collapsing. You don't have to be noticed to exist. You can sink into your own skin like a stone sinking through riverbed mud. No need to surface, no demand that you stay above water until someone sees the ripple. The current doesn't care if it's visible. It just moves where gravity pulls. Your breath is not trying to say anything, not even to yourself. There's no message in how long or shallow it becomes. It's simply moving through space like air does, without needing a name or reason. You don't have to interpret what that means about your mood or your state of mind. The rhythm isn't proof you're anxious or calm, just evidence that life is continuing. A chair sits still across the room, not waiting for someone to sit in it, not holding space for an arrival. It's just there. Wooden legs resting on floorboards, worn down by years of silence. Its back straight, without effort, leaning neither forward nor away. Like you don't have to prepare yourself. to be carried through tomorrow. You are already being held by the mattress that supports your spine exactly as it needs to be supported, not better or worse than any other night, not because you deserve rest, but just because resting is part of how bodies work when no one else is watching. The darkness behind closed eyes doesn't ask for comfort from you. It isn't lonely, even though there's nothing visible beyond the walls. There's no need to light a candle in its name or speak into it like it might hear your voice and respond. Darkness holds space without having to prove that it has value, just as your body does. You can lie here knowing that you are not responsible for whether someone dreams peacefully tonight, or if they wake up feeling something different than before. You don't have to carry the weight of what happens after this breath, or how their day begins when yours ends. There is no requirement that your rest be meaningful in order to matter. It doesn't need a purpose beyond being. No goal, no outcome, just presence without demand. Even if you forget everything about today, if tomorrow comes and you don't remember whether someone smiled at you or frowned too long, you will still have been enough tonight. Just by lying here, breathing through the quiet hours like air passing over roots in dark soil. No one outside this room needs your attention right now. Not even your own thoughts need to be fixed. You can let them drift like dust motes caught between floorboards and sunlight long gone, and not feel guilty for letting go of control. The night is not unfinished because you haven't done enough today. It's simply continuing, just as it always has. And so are you. Not by effort, but by being here. Still in body, quiet in mind, open to whatever comes without needing to shape it first. You don't have to remember what it felt like to be needed, only that you are not being asked for anything right now. The space around you isn't measuring your worth by how much effort you've given or how many times you said yes. It doesn't keep score when someone walks away without a thank you, or when silence settles where conversation used to live. You don't have to account for absence. No explanation is needed for being still. The air in this room isn't waiting for your permission to be warm.
It simply holds heat where it finds it, like the way old blankets hold warmth, even after they've been folded away and forgotten. There's a thread of light that slips under the edge of the curtain, not bright enough to wake you, not sharp enough to mark time. Just a quiet signal that something outside is turning slowly, moving through its own rhythm without calling your name. You don't have to wonder if it's meant for you. It doesn't belong to anyone. It just exists, pale and thin, tracing the floor like water where no one walks. Your hands are resting now, not clenched against anything, not holding on to a promise or a memory. They're open, palms up toward the ceiling, as though they've already given everything that was asked of them. Not because you chose to let go, but because your body has simply stopped trying to carry things it never agreed to hold. The weight in your fingers is gone. There's no tension behind the knuckles, no habit of tightening when someone might need something later. You don't have to rehearse how to say, "I'm sorry," if you didn't mean to hurt anyone. That sentence isn't yours tonight. It doesn't belong to this moment. The mattress beneath you is breathing with you, not in rhythm, but in quiet cooperation. It knows when pressure shifts, when a limb stretches or settles back into place. It doesn't ask for gratitude. It doesn't care if your thoughts are drifting far away or if they've dissolved completely into the dark. It holds you exactly as long as needed, without needing to be noticed. There's a patch on the ceiling where the paint has cracked, not from neglect, but from slow change in temperature, from years of air moving just slightly different than before. A small network of lines that no one ever pointed out, and still it remains part of the room. Just as you remain, unseen, unchanged by praise or criticism, as long as you are here. Your jaw has unclenched somewhere between breaths. You don't have to force it open, not even slightly. The muscles around your mouth aren't tensing into a smile that's meant for someone else. They're relaxed because there is no one listening. There's no need to say anything at all. No polite reply needed when silence arrives like an old friend who knows you better than words ever could. The warmth in your chest isn't trying to prove it's safe. It doesn't have to be justified by how much you gave or how often you stayed. It just is. A quiet pool of heat, steady and undisturbed by outside noise. No one needs you to keep that flame lit. There's no audience watching, whether the light grows dim or brightens again. The thoughts aren't disappearing, but they're changing shape. They don't land like stones anymore. They drift in slow motion across a surface too still for ripples, each thought passing without leaving an imprint. Whether it's about someone who didn't reply to your message, or whether the meal you prepared was just right, or if someone smiled too briefly, you aren't checking their meaning tonight. There's no need to fix the way things were said. No urge to rewrite a sentence that might have been misunderstood.
You don't have to clarify anything because it isn't necessary for anyone else to understand, not even yourself. There is no demand for clarity, only space. The silence between heartbeats has grown deeper, longer than usual. Not empty, but full with its own kind of presence. It's not the absence of sound. It's a texture, soft and thick, like wool left in a drawer too long. You can feel it pressing gently against your ribs, not demanding anything back from you. Your arms are no longer reaching for something that isn't there. No hand extended toward another person who might need help, or to reach the edge of the bed before waking up. They're simply resting where they've fallen. One arm curled slightly inward, as if hugging itself in sleep. The other stretched out with gentle ease, fingers trailing just above the blanket, like a leaf letting go. The floorboards creak once, just one time, far away from you. Not because something stepped on them, but because wood settles when it's quiet and no one is paying attention. It makes its own sound in private. No need to apologize for being heard. No reason to fear that the noise will be noticed or judged. The air inside your lungs isn't trying to say anything. It doesn't carry news of anxiety or hope. Not even a whisper about what tomorrow might bring. You don't have to interpret whether it's shallow or deep, whether you're breathing in too fast or too slow. Your breath is just moving through the space between heartbeats, like wind over an empty field. There are no voices lingering behind your eyes, no rehearsal of conversations that could have gone better, no looped memory of someone looking away when you spoke. There's only stillness where those thoughts once lived. Not because they're gone, but because they don't have to stay awake anymore. The warmth in your feet is not a promise that you'll be needed tomorrow. It isn't evidence that anyone will care whether you show up or not. It's just heat, warmth rising from the soles, spreading slowly through tendons and bones like slow rain soaking into dry earth. Nothing to prove, no one to impress. The darkness behind your eyelids is soft, not cold, not heavy. It doesn't feel like absence. It feels like belonging, a place where you don't have to explain why you're there or what you've done. You can lie in it without needing permission, without offering proof that you exist beyond being useful. You are not required to be the person who remembers how everyone felt, or who knows exactly what they wanted before they said anything. You don't have to anticipate need like a weather forecast, predicting storms of emotion before they form. There's no test at dawn, no check-in from anyone you've cared for. The blanket above you isn't waiting to be folded properly. It doesn't care that it's slightly crooked or that one corner has slipped off the mattress. It lies there as it is, unjudged, unhurried. And so can you. Your spine aligns not because you're trying hard, but because gravity is doing its work without your help. The curve of your back fits perfectly into the shape of the bed, like a key turning in an old lock that was made just for it. No effort required to stay in place, just acceptance, letting yourself be held by something much older than memory. You don't have to protect anyone from disappointment. You are not responsible for whether someone feels seen or heard. The world keeps moving without your permission, and still, it doesn't stop. You don't have to carry the weight of their dreams or regrets, or quiet sadnesses they've never spoken aloud. There's no need to be perfect tonight. No demand that you do enough, say enough, think enough. You can be incomplete and still whole, unfinished and still enough. The night doesn't care if your thoughts are tangled. It doesn't ask for clarity. The hours stretch ahead, not as a challenge, not as something to prepare for, but simply as time passing, like water over stones that don't remember where it came from or why it's there. You can stop measuring how long you've been lying here, whether it feels short or too long. You don't have to judge the passage of hours by whether someone else is asleep yet. The night belongs to itself, not to anyone who might wake up with a question, a need, or a quiet ache. The stillness isn't waiting for something to happen. It's already happening. It's not empty. It's full in its own way. Full of breath, of warmth, of absence that doesn't hurt. Full of presence without purpose. Full of being without needing to explain why you're here. The quiet in your body isn't silence. It's a gathering, like dust settling after a long day. It's not absence of feeling, but rather the space where feelings no longer need to be managed. There are no notes left to write, no phrases to edit in your mind, no adjustments to make before sleep takes you fully. You don't have to wonder if someone was disappointed by what you didn't say, because they never said anything at all. The air around you is not thick with expectation. It's light, like the space between two trees, where sunlight doesn't quite reach, but still holds its shape. You are not expected to be a mirror that reflects everyone else's mood. You don't have to soften your voice when someone leans in too close or pause before speaking, just to avoid making anyone feel left out. There is no need to shrink yourself into smaller words, smaller movements, smaller breaths, because the room isn't watching. The walls aren't listening. The floor beneath you doesn't care how quietly you're lying. There's a stillness that comes not from holding your breath, but from letting it go completely. The way a leaf lets go of the branch and drifts without effort. Your chest rises and falls, not because you are trying to keep something steady, but because your body is simply breathing through what is already there. Air, rhythm, time passing like water under stone that has no name. The weight in your shoulders isn't from carrying things, it's just weight. Just the way gravity settles into flesh after a long day of being needed. It doesn't ask you to carry it further, it asks only for rest. You don't have to lift it off. You can let it press down and be held by the mattress, like snow settling on an old roof that's learned how to bear it. Your hands are open, not because they've been released from duty, but because there is nothing left to hold on to. No one reaches for them in dreams. No one needs them now. They lie as they are, palms up, fingers relaxed, not waiting to be called upon. The skin on your knuckles feels thin and warm, like the last light of evening touching a surface that has already turned quiet. Your jaw doesn't ache because it's clenched. It simply rests in its natural shape, unforced. No need to smile for anyone. No obligation to look pleasant or ready or alert. You are not being observed. There is no audience beyond your own body, and within you, there is only one kind of presence, the quiet hum of just being. The darkness behind your eyes isn't empty, it's full with something that doesn't require explanation. It holds everything without needing to claim it. It does not ask for proof that you are real or useful or present. It simply knows you're here and doesn't need anything in return.
There's no sound from the street now, not even footsteps passing far away. No car doors slamming, no voices rising too high before they fall silent again. Just a soft hum beneath everything, like electricity running through old wires that have long forgotten why they were built. Just humming because it's still there. The blanket over you has stopped being a burden to be managed. It doesn't need to be tucked in or smoothed out. Its edges are uneven, and that's fine. One side hangs slightly lower than the other, and no one will notice. No one even cares. The way it lies on your legs isn't a sign of neglect. It's just how things are when they're left alone. Your feet feel heavy, not because you've walked too much, but because they are at rest. Their warmth spreads up through the arches, past the ankles, like slow waves rising from somewhere deep below. There is no urgency in that movement, no need for it to reach anywhere specific. It just flows upward, as if following a current that doesn't have a destination. You don't have to protect anyone's peace by staying awake. You don't have to listen for the sound of someone stirring or catch their breath when they wake with a thought you might answer. The night is not waiting on your attention. It isn't holding its breath until you say something, move, react. There are no messages left unsent, because there was never anything that needed saying. There's no one to apologize to for not being enough, for not noticing the look in someone's eyes before it faded away. You don't have to be a detective of feeling anymore. The world doesn't need you to decode its quiet. The air around your skin feels like something older than memory, soft and constant, as if it has always been there, breathing with you without knowing it was doing so. It doesn't change because you're tired or sad or afraid. It just is. Like the way a house stays standing long after everyone leaves. The walls don't collapse because they're missing someone. Your thoughts no longer have to run forward into tomorrow. They can slow down and stop where they are, like a car parked on an empty road with no reason to go anywhere. There's nothing waiting behind that next turn. No need for you to be the one who arrives first, or speaks last, or remembers what was said. The silence isn't full of absence, it's full of space. Not a lack, but an invitation. A place where you don't have to do anything except exist. Where your breath doesn't need to be perfect. Your stillness doesn't need to be meaningful. Your body can simply lie there and not mean anything at all. You are not required to make sense of the day or explain why it went as it did. No one will ask you what you meant by that pause, or whether you felt something, when someone looked away. The world keeps turning without your commentary. The stillness isn't a wall, it's an opening, like the moment after a door closes and before anything else happens. Nothing has begun, but everything is possible. And in this space, you don't have to be anything specific. You can simply be, without needing to prove it, without being tested on it. There's no need to imagine how someone might feel later if they didn't hear from you today. There's no reason to rehearse what to say if they call in the morning. No script needs to be written because nothing is required of you now. You don't have to anticipate anything. The future isn't a test you're about to take. It doesn't matter whether you've done enough, said the right thing, or held space for everyone's emotions. That work is not yours tonight.
Your body knows how to rest without permission. Your muscles remember what it feels like to stop waiting, to stop preparing for someone else's need. They don't have to be told when they can release. The tension doesn't have to be undone by willpower. It just unspools slowly and quietly, as if it never mattered in the first place. The warmth behind your eyes isn't tears. It's simply heat rising from within, like steam from a pot left on low. It doesn't mean anything is wrong. It doesn't signal sadness or strain. It means you are softening, letting go of everything that asked for something more than presence. You don't have to be the one who says the right thing at the right time. You don't need to know how to fix what isn't broken. There's no problem to solve, no moment to repair. The world doesn't depend on your attention anymore. The hours stretch ahead, long and soft, like a field after rain. No urgency in their passing. No demand that they be filled with anything meaningful or useful. They are simply time, not measuring you, not judging you, not asking for your input. You can let yourself disappear into the shape of the bed, not because you're hiding, but because there is no need to stand out anymore. You don't have to prove you're still here by doing something special. Just lying there, still and open, is enough. Your hands stay where they are, palms up as if receiving nothing. Not empty, not full, just resting, like a riverbed after the water has passed through. The earth holds its shape without needing to be filled again. There's no reason to worry about who might wake before you and what they'll think when they see that you're already gone from the room.
You don't have to fear being forgotten or overlooked. You are not defined by whether someone notices you. You don't have to carry what wasn't given to you. The weight that felt like it belonged to your hands was never yours to hold. It drifted in from outside, soft, unasked for, but still pressing down like dust on a shelf no one's touched in years. You can let it go without knowing where it goes. Not because it doesn't matter, but because you are not required to be its keeper tonight. The air around your head is thick with quiet, not silence that waits for something, but space that has already settled, like leaves resting on a pond after the wind has passed. There's no need to check if someone else is still awake somewhere in the house. No one needs you to be near them right now, not even in thought. The lights are off, and the hallway beyond your door feels distant, like something remembered from another life. You don't have to wonder whether they're thinking of you, or wondering where you went when you didn't answer. That question doesn't live here anymore. It's been left behind like a coat someone forgot at the edge of a room. Your shoulders settle deeper into the mattress, not because you've decided to relax, but because your body has quietly chosen to stop resisting its own shape. The muscles along your spine uncurl without instruction, like roots loosening after rain, no longer needing to grip for balance. Your hips soften toward the bed, as if they remember what it feels like to be held by something that doesn't ask anything in return. The warmth at your chest isn't from effort or intention. It's just heat rising, slow and steady, like a stove left on low after dinner. Not enough to burn, not enough to wake anyone, but enough to feel the presence of life without having to explain it. It means nothing. It doesn't signal anxiety or tension or anything needing repair.
It simply is like steam from an open kettle that no one's watching anymore. You don't have to remember what you said during the last conversation, or how someone looked when they left the room. The moment has already passed. No part of it needs your attention now. You are not responsible for making sense of it in any way. Nor do you need to protect anyone from its memory. There's no script that must be rewritten. No apology needing rehearsal. No explanation waiting to be delivered tomorrow. The quiet isn't empty. It's full of things that don't need names. A pause between breaths. The softness beneath your ribs when the air settles into your lungs. The way the blanket holds heat against your ankles without trying. You're not being tested on how well you listened, or whether your tone was right, or if people felt seen. No one is sitting in judgment of what wasn't said. You can let go of wanting to be noticed for being kind, for being thoughtful, for being present. Not because kindness isn't important, but because tonight it doesn't need to be proven. You don't have to earn your right to rest by doing something worthy first. Your hands stay open, not as a gesture, but as an accident of weightlessness. They aren't holding anything, not even the idea of responsibility. The space between fingers is just that, space, not full of expectation, not tight with tension, just there, like still water in a shallow bowl, undisturbed by need. You don't have to imagine how someone might feel tomorrow if they find out you didn't reply right away. You don't have to plan for what comes after this moment. No future event needs your attention tonight. The hours aren't waiting to be filled with meaning or usefulness.
They stretch like fabric left on a table, long, loose, not needing to be folded. The sound outside the window isn't urgent. It's just movement in the trees, branches brushing together without purpose, not warning you of anything, just moving because that's what they do when there's no one watching. There's no need to rehearse what you'll say if someone calls in the morning. No message needs to be crafted or stored away for later. The words don't have to be ready yet, because you aren't expected to speak right now. You are not on call, not being monitored, not required to respond. Your jaw softens, not because you've decided it should, but because there's no reason to keep it clenched anymore. The muscles behind your ears release like strings that were never tied in the first place. Your breath deepens without effort, just a slow surrender into what already is. You don't have to feel guilty for not being where someone else wanted you, not even if they seem to need you. You aren't failing them by staying still, by closing your eyes, by letting go of the thread that connected you all day. They are not lost because you stopped watching over them. The darkness around you is soft, not heavy with absence, but full of something quieter. A presence without demand, an atmosphere that doesn't care if you're useful or not. You don't have to be anything here. Not kind, not helpful, not alert, just breathing, just lying there, just being, without needing to prove it. There's no reason to wonder what someone else will think when they realize you weren't waiting for them. No need to worry about who might notice your silence or miss the way you used to respond before a pause. They don't own your stillness. It doesn't belong to anyone but you. And even then, not as an act, not as performance, but simply because
It's where you are. You can stop measuring whether your presence was enough. Stop asking if someone felt cared for by the way you listened, or if they knew how much you meant when you said, "I'm here." No one needs to know that now. The moment has passed, like a door closing behind someone who walked through it without turning back. The warmth in your palms isn't from effort. It's just blood moving slowly through tired veins, like water flowing through old pipes with no one at the faucet. You don't have to make sense of how you feel. It doesn't need to be useful or meaningful. It simply is, like a light left on in an empty room. You can let your thoughts drift without catching them. No need to hold on to any idea, memory, reaction, or worry. Let them move like clouds across the sky, not for long, not for anyone's sake, but because that's what they do when no one asks them to stay. There's no expectation that you'll be ready in the morning. No demand that your mind be clear or your heart light. You don't have to fix anything before sleep comes. The world doesn't need you to wake up with answers. It can wait, just like this moment is waiting, softly, without urgency. You are not being forgotten because you're resting, not ignored because you're quiet, not unimportant because you aren't doing something for someone else. Your body knows the shape of stillness. It doesn't need permission to lie there. It remembers what it feels like to be held by its own weight, to stop bracing against future needs, to release the habit of being needed before anyone says a word. The air around your face is cool, not sharp, not cold, but just gentle, like breath on skin after a long day. You don't have to adjust for comfort. There's no reason to shift or rearrange yourself. The bed fits you exactly as you are. No correction needed. You don't have to apologize for being tired, not even if someone expected more from you today. Your exhaustion isn't failure. It's not a betrayal of anyone else's hope. It's just proof that your body has been doing its work, and now it can stop without guilt. Your breath continues, slow, steady, quiet, as if it doesn't need to be noticed. Not loud enough to wake someone, not fast enough to demand attention. Just there, like a thread of sound tied to nothing but itself. There's no reason to check whether you've left anything undone. No list that must be reviewed one last time before sleep. You don't have to walk through every conversation again. just to make sure it was handled right. That work is not yours tonight. You can let your mind settle into the space between thoughts, not filling in, not searching for meaning, not correcting mistakes you might not even have made, just letting silence be enough. You don't have to know why your chest feels heavy, not tonight. Not even if it reminds you of something that happened hours ago. A glance exchanged, a phrase left unfinished, a name spoken too softly to be certain was heard. You don't need to trace the path from breath to memory to ache. Let the weight stay where it is, like stones at the bottom of still water, not rising, not sinking, just resting. No one expects you to carry them through sleep. There's no sound in the room but the quiet hum of the world outside your window, the kind that comes between two breaths, when nothing has happened and everything could. The house is breathing with you, slowly, without demand. You don't have to keep track of it. No need to measure how long it takes for a streetlight to flicker twice, or for a leaf to drift from the branch above your window pane. It happens whether you're watching or not. The air near your neck feels different than it did an hour ago. Cooler, denser, like fabric folded over skin that no longer needs to be smoothed out. You don't have to adjust your collar. There's no reason to pull the blanket tighter or shift onto one side, just because you think someone might notice if you're not lying perfectly straight. Your body is not performing. It is simply being no audience, no rehearsed posture, no gesture meant to be interpreted. The way you lie now has no message. You don't have to remember how many times today you said "I'm fine" when your voice cracked on the word, or how often you smiled while something inside you folded inward like paper left too long in rain. That's not yours to carry through sleep. Let it go, just as a leaf lets go of the branch, without apology, without warning, without needing permission. Your fingers are open now, not because you've decided to be relaxed, but because they simply don't need to hold on anymore. No one is waiting for your hand to reach out. No invisible thread tugging at your wrist from somewhere across the room. Your palms face up, not in offering, not in surrender, just as they are, flat against the bedsheet, warm and slightly damp like moss after mist has passed through a garden. There's a space between one thought and the next. Not silence exactly, but something quieter. A pause that doesn't belong to anyone else. You don't have to fill it with reassurance or apology or explanation. It isn't empty. It's full of not needing anything at all. And because it belongs to no one, you can let yourself be small in it. The edge of your blanket has curled slightly over the side of the mattress. Just a little fold, like the corner of an old book that someone left open too long and forgot about. You don't have to straighten it. No one will notice. No one is waiting for you to fix it. The bed doesn't need to be perfect. It only needs to hold you. You can let your jaw unclench slowly, not with a deliberate motion, but like water releasing from a cup, left on its side. Just enough so the muscles don't have to remember what tension feels like. Your teeth aren't grinding against each other anymore. The pressure behind your eyes has eased, not because you forced it, not because you tried harder, but simply because you stopped trying. The darkness around your eyelids isn't empty. It's thick with presence, like a room where someone once stood and left their coat behind. You don't have to find the meaning of what remains. You only need to be there, quiet, letting it settle without measuring how long it lasts or whether it will change. You're not responsible for who might come in tomorrow morning and see your stillness and wonder if you've changed. No one is watching from a doorway, waiting to read your face for signs of withdrawal or disinterest. You don't have to prepare yourself for anyone's gaze. There's no need to rehearse how to be present when someone speaks, because that moment isn't here yet. There's no reason to wonder if you were kind enough today. Whether the tone of your voice was soft, whether your eyes held space, whether you said too much or not enough, those things aren't yours anymore. They're in the past like footprints on a path that's been walked over and forgotten. You don't have to return to them. The silence now is not lonely. It has no shape, no sound, no demand. It doesn't ask for anything from you. It simply exists, like air before wind or snow before it falls. And because there's nothing to respond to, your mind can rest in the space between thoughts, without guilt, without effort. There's a stillness beneath your ribs that isn't silence. It's something older than sound. Like the moment just after a bell has rung but long before its echo fades. You don't have to name it. It doesn't need words. It only needs to be felt, like warmth spreading through cold stone, slowly, without urgency. You can let your shoulders drop, not because you've made a decision, but because they no longer feel the weight of someone else's expectation pressing down from above. They aren't holding up walls that don't exist. The air is light where it touches them. Not pushing, not pulling, just letting go. Your hands are still open, not trying to catch anything, not reaching for a way back into conversation or comfort or approval. Just resting on the bedsheet like two small things that have finished their work and found peace in doing nothing at all. There's no one behind you asking if you're listening anymore. No voice calling your name from across a room that has already closed. The quiet now is not broken by anticipation. It isn't waiting for anything to happen, especially not for you to wake up, speak, fix, or respond. You don't have to protect anyone's feelings with what you say or don't say. You don't need to soften the edges of your absence so it doesn't hurt someone else too much. They don't need that from you tonight. The night isn't asking for anything. It isn't waiting for a sign from you, or a promise, or proof that you're still here. It's not measuring whether you fulfilled your role in the story of this day. The story doesn't end with you being needed. It ends when you stop needing to be seen. You don't have to remember every tone, every pause, every look that might mean something different tomorrow. You don't need to go back and fix what wasn't broken. No list is required. No second thoughts. No apologies for being tired or quiet or simply no longer willing to keep track of everything. Your breath continues, not because you're trying to stay alive, not because you have to prove anything, but because your body knows how to do it without help. Like a river that flows even when no one watches its course. There's nothing left to arrange, no emotion to sort, no gesture to undo or correct. You don't have to make peace with anyone, especially not yourself, for having stopped being useful for a while. The air around you is still, not because it's frozen, but because it doesn't need to move. It's holding its breath in the same way your body does now, without effort, without fear, just existing as it is. You're not off duty because you've decided to be. You're off duty because your body has already made that choice. Without a word, without fanfare. The weight of being needed has lifted from your chest like fog at dawn. Slowly, quietly, leaving only the softness behind. And now there's space. Not for anything, not for anyone, but just enough to be where you are.
You don't have to explain why you're still here when no one asked for you. You don't have to prove that you belong in this moment or that your rest matters. It doesn't matter if it feels strange. This lack of purpose, this absence of task, that's not failure. That's just peace. You can let go, not because something has happened, but because nothing needs to happen at all. The darkness around you isn't waiting for you to wake up. The silence isn't asking you to say anything. Your body doesn't need to be useful or kind or present or ready. It only needs to rest. And so it does. Not with a decision, but with the quiet certainty of something that has always known how to stop. The weight in your chest isn't a burden anymore. It's just weight, like soil settling after rain, or moss growing over stone without effort. It doesn't press because it needs to be lifted, but simply because it is here, and no one is asking for it to move. You don't have to carry it forward into tomorrow. You don't even need to notice it anymore. The space beneath your ribs isn't empty. It's full of stillness, like a room where the last light has gone out and nothing needs to be turned on again. Your fingers are relaxed in the air above you, not curled or poised, not braced for touch or rejection. They're just hands, small, quiet things that have stopped measuring how much they've done or how little. The skin is warm, not from heat, but from being allowed to stay as it is. No one needs to press them down or lift them up. There's no need to fold them into a gesture of comfort for someone else. The edges of your body are softening, not in a way that means you're giving up, but in a way that feels like letting go after holding something too long. Your shoulders aren't sinking. They're just not rising. They don't have to be high enough to shield anyone from sound or sorrow. They can simply rest where they are, level with the bed, not trying to protect anything. Your jaw is loose, not because it's forgotten how to close, but because there's no reason to clamp down on words that were never meant for speaking tonight. You don't have to keep your mouth shut to be kind or quiet. It's just open in the way a window might be after someone has stepped through and left it swinging slightly. No one coming back to pull it closed. The air around you doesn't carry voices. There's no echo of laughter, apology, hesitation, or correction. You don't have to listen for tone because there's no tone to hear.
The silence isn't full, it's just not busy. It has room in it for what is. Your breath, the slow rise and fall of your ribs, the way warmth pools in the hollow beneath your collarbone. You're not being watched. You don't have to be present for anyone else's moment. You don't need to show up as someone who remembers everything or says exactly the right thing. No one is checking whether you've been attentive enough, whether your attention was steady, whether it held its shape long enough. The memory of a glance doesn't need to be re-examined. The pause between words wasn't an omission. It was just silence. It didn't mean anything needed fixing. There's no unfinished sentence in the air that must be completed by you. You don't have to write a reply to something that wasn't sent. You can let go of imagining what someone might say if they found out you were not available, or not listening, or simply asleep. That thought doesn't need to be held like a small fire. It's just air now, passing through your mind without weight. Your thoughts don't have to keep walking in circles around the day. They can stop at the edge of memory and rest there, not because they've reached an answer, but because they're allowed not to reach anything at all. The bed beneath you isn't a stage where you must perform stillness or usefulness. It's just something that holds your shape without asking for proof. The sheet isn't waiting for you to prove you deserve to lie on it. You don't have to earn the right to be quiet by doing more, saying less, being someone who never asks. You can rest in a way that doesn't require permission, not from anyone else, not even from yourself. Not because you've been good enough or done enough, but simply because your body is tired and wants to stop moving through time like it's carrying something heavy. The darkness isn't cold, it's thick with quiet, like the inside of an old envelope that has long since stopped needing to be sent. It doesn't remember what was written on the other side. It doesn't care if anything ever got said. You don't have to protect anyone from your absence. You don't need to soften it or explain why you're not there. Not listening. Not holding space for someone else's feeling. They can hold their own space now without you having to make room for them in your mind. There's no one behind the door waiting to talk. No hand reaching out from under a blanket to find yours. You don't have to be ready when someone comes. The house isn't full of people who need something from you. Not even the ones you love or worry about. They aren't asking for anything tonight. You can stop being responsible for how they feel, even if it feels strange to let go of that weight. It doesn't mean you don't care. It means your caring no longer needs to be active all the time. You can care without doing, without fixing, without checking in. Your breath is not a signal. It's not a sign that you're alive or awake. It's just breathing. The way water moves through rock, slow and inevitable. The air doesn't need to be measured or controlled or made into something meaningful. It comes and goes on its own.
You don't have to remember what was said today. You don't even need to know if it mattered. If a word slipped between you and someone else, that's not your job to catch now. There's no one behind you asking for clarification. No one waiting with a question in their voice because they weren't sure how you meant something. You can let the memory of tone dissolve like mist after morning light, no longer needing to be known or interpreted. You don't have to replay the look someone gave, or wonder if it was disappointment or just fatigue. There's no need to protect them from your silence, and there's no need to apologize for being still. You're not failing by not answering. You're not neglecting by not showing up. The world doesn't collapse because you aren't managing everyone's comfort right now. It goes on without your hands in it, not with less care, but differently. The quiet isn't waiting for a sound from you. The night isn't asking to be made better, or softer, or more bearable. You don't have to do anything at all, especially not fix the idea that you need to be useful just to belong here. You can rest like a stone in water, not because it's pretending to float, but because it doesn't care whether it sinks or stays where it is. It's already part of the depth. Your mind isn't broken for stopping its work. It isn't failing because it wants to stop thinking about how people reacted, what they might be feeling, whether you said too much or too little. That kind of attention isn't required tonight. You don't have to make sure everything is in order just because the day ended. You don't need to check that no one was hurt by your silence or left behind by your stillness. The people who mattered aren't waiting for you to reassure them now. Your body has already stopped trying to be needed. It's not fighting anymore. It doesn't have to prove it can hold things together. There's no more need to stay alert, to listen closely, to be ready with a word or a gesture at any moment. You're allowed to let go of the idea that you must keep everyone safe just by being present. You don't have to guard against someone feeling left out, ignored, unseen, because they can feel seen in their own way now, even without your help. Your hands are open, not because they've forgotten what it is to hold something, but because they're not holding anything anymore. Not a worry, not an expectation, not the weight of someone else's comfort or disappointment. You don't have to be ready when someone comes, because no one is coming. You don't need to keep your door open, even if it used to feel like duty to do so. The night isn't asking for anything from you, not even for you to wake up in the morning and face another day with care or effort. It's not measuring how much you've done, how long you stayed awake.
how many emotions you managed. You can be here without purpose. You don't have to earn your rest by being good at something else first. Your breath slows like water finding its level in a deep basin, not rushing to reach anything, just settling into what already holds it. There's no need to guide it, adjust it, shape it into something more peaceful or efficient. It's enough as it is. You don't have to make your breathing slower for the sake of calmness, because it's already beginning to mirror the stillness around you. It moves like a slow tide, drawn by something older than thought, something that doesn't care about results or rhythm. The air comes in and out through your nose as if it were returning home, not arriving at a destination. Your shoulders no longer carry the weight of having to be available. They're not slumped from fatigue, nor are they tensed with readiness. They simply rest where they fall, softly against the bed, like leaves that have finally stopped trying to stay on branches. There's no effort in their shape anymore. No need to keep them lifted for someone who might walk through a door and ask something of you. You don't have to hold your body upright because nobody is watching or expecting it to be strong enough. Your jaw unclenches not with force, but with surrender. The kind that comes when there's no more reason to stay alert. The muscles at the base of your skull loosen like roots in soil after rain, releasing pressure without intention. Your teeth don't press together anymore, and you don't feel the urge to smooth out expressions or correct frowns before anyone sees them. You're not building a face for tomorrow's meetings, nor rehearsing kindnesses that might be needed later. The shape of your mouth doesn't have to mean anything right now. Your hands rest open on top of the covers, palms up as if waiting to receive nothing at all. They don't want to grasp or pull in. They don't remember how to tighten around something precious, not because they've forgotten their purpose, but because they no longer need it. The instinct to hold has quieted. It isn't gone entirely, but it's not active anymore. You can let them stay like this, not for anyone, not even for yourself, just as they are, empty and accepting. There's a warmth spreading across your chest, soft and slow, like sunlight through thick woolen cloth. It doesn't burn or demand attention. It just stays steady without claiming to fix anything. You don't need to sit up and examine it or ask why it's there. It isn't trying to comfort you. It simply is. And in that being, There's room for everything else. The silence between heartbeats, the pause before a sigh, the stretch of air between one thought and another. The darkness around you isn't empty. It holds its own kind of presence, deep but not cold, still but alive. It doesn't need to be filled with sound or light or movement. You don't have to speak into it or listen for someone's breath on the other side. The quiet is already full of things that don't require explanation. A footfall in another room long gone. The soft creak of wood settling after day-long strain. A shadow stretching across the floor when light shifted hours ago. You're not responsible for what happens here now, not even for noticing it. You don't need to be aware of the way dust floats in the corner where moonlight touches the wall, or how your blanket has begun to drift slightly off your legs as your body softens into the mattress. None of these things demand a name, an explanation, a reaction from you. There's no one behind you making sure you're still awake enough to respond. No voice murmuring in the back of your mind about what they might want next. The space between thoughts isn't filled with anxiety or anticipation. It just is, and it doesn't have to mean anything. It can simply be a pause, not a failure. You don't have to check whether someone was satisfied by how you spoke today. You don't need to verify that your silence wasn't taken as refusal. There's no record of judgment stored in the air around you. No echo waiting for you to fix it or apologize for leaving it unspoken. The moments between words are allowed to stay unfinished. Your mind doesn't have to catch up with itself anymore. It doesn't need to replay conversations trying to find where it went wrong, or whether someone felt less seen than they should have been. You don't have to search through memories like a thief, looking for evidence of your fault. That work is done. The effort has already passed. You can stop rehearsing what you might say tomorrow if things come up differently than expected. There's no need to plan the next way you'll soften someone's disappointment, or prepare a phrase that will make them feel included. You don't have to be ready with an answer before the question is even asked. Even if someone does reach out later, someone who wanted something from you, someone whose comfort depended on your attention, you aren't required to respond tonight, not because you're avoiding them, but because this moment isn't about giving or receiving. It's about being present without obligation. Your body doesn't have to be useful
just to exist. You don't need to earn the right to be still by doing something first. No task, no gesture, no word spoken. You're allowed to stay exactly where you are, in this breath, this quiet, this absence of demand. The world continues without your participation, not because it doesn't value you, but because it already knows what you've done. You don't have to protect people from the truth that you aren't always available, or that sometimes you can't hold everything for everyone else. They're not children who need constant reassurance. They're adults too, with their own ways of sitting in silence, finding peace on their own. Your stillness isn't failure. It doesn't mean you've stopped caring. You don't have to prove your care through effort or attention. The kind of love that lives inside a person isn't measured by how much they give. It's measured by how deeply they can rest without guilt. Let the idea of being needed fade like ink in water, dissolving, not disappearing because it was wrong, but simply because it no longer needs to be held on to. The warmth under your chest spreads slowly toward your ribs. It moves like a slow tide through soft ground, not pushing ahead, just flowing where there's space. There's no destination, only the gentle motion of what already exists. Your eyelids stay closed, not from effort, but because they've stopped fighting to see anything. You don't need to watch for signals or signs. No one is looking back at you now. The room doesn't expect a reaction. The night isn't waiting to be witnessed. You can stop pretending that your presence makes things better just by being there. You don't have to be the person who smooths out tension, quiets worries, fills gaps with kindness. That role was never yours alone to carry, and you've carried it long enough. Your hands remain open because they no longer feel the need to do anything with what's in them. Not even to hold on to memories of how people looked when you said certain things. You don't have to remember who smiled or who paused too long before answering. There's no need to keep track of reactions that happened beyond your control. You're not responsible for whether someone felt left out by your quietness. You didn't make them feel unseen. You simply were not there to shape their moment. And they weren't meant to wait for you. The air in the room is thick with stillness, not heavy, but full of its own soft weight. It presses gently against your skin like a hand that doesn't need to speak. There's no demand in it, no expectation, just quiet acceptance. You don't have to be aware of how long this lasts, whether it will end soon or go on through the night. You don't have to plan for what comes next, or prepare yourself for waking up again tomorrow with all the same tasks and choices. Not tonight. You can simply rest in whatever state you're in, the one where your body isn't braced, your mind isn't working, your heart doesn't have to keep proving its care through effort. Your chest rises and falls without purpose, just as it should when no one is watching
or judging how well you breathe. It's not a performance. It's just life continuing, quietly, peacefully. Your breath slows again, not because you're trying to slow it, but because there's no reason left to hurry. The air inside your lungs lingers longer than before. Just a little. Just enough for the body to notice it doesn't have to keep up with anything. You don't need to catch up or stay ahead. There's nowhere you must be. No one waiting to hear what you'll say next. No one needing to know if you're listening. The warmth beneath your chest settles deeper now, not like a blanket drawn tight, but like sunlight sinking into soil after rain. Slow and unforced. It doesn't rush. It doesn't demand attention. It simply is. And because it is, the rest of you can soften around it. Your shoulders sink just slightly, not from tiredness, but from release, like fabric that has finally stopped holding its shape. Your hands lie open on your lap or at your sides, palms up, fingers relaxed and uncurled, as if they've forgotten how to grip anything. No need to reach for what isn't there. No reason to protect yourself by keeping them ready. They don't have to be useful. They don't even have to remember what it felt like to hold someone's hand, or write a note, or press a button that said send. All of it fades gently, not because you've forgotten, but because your body no longer needs to keep the record. Your jaw unclenches without warning, not with effort, just as if gravity had finally decided to take over. Your teeth stop pressing together in silence. The muscles behind your ears loosen and fall away from tension. Even your forehead stops holding itself still. No more clenching against worry that you might miss something. You're no longer scanning the space around you for signs of need or discomfort. There's no mental checklist running through your thoughts anymore. No rehearsal, no apology, no correction. The conversation with yourself is quiet now. Not because there's nothing left to say, but because saying anything would be a waste of stillness. The room breathes too, slowly, quietly, without urgency. It holds its own warmth, not in the way that feels demanding or heavy, but as if it has learned how to rest with you. The walls aren't listening. The floor isn't waiting for footsteps. The window doesn't care whether you're awake or asleep. You don't have to be aware of time passing. Whether minutes are stretching thin or thickening into stillness. You can let go of the need to track it, measure it, or decide what it means. There's no way to count how long this moment lasts, because there's nothing to compare it to. No event coming after. no deadline before. Your thoughts don't rush forward anymore. There's no goal to reach, no answer to find. They drift like dust in sunlight, not rising up or gathering into shape, just floating until they dissolve on their own. You notice them only because they happen, and then you let them go without comment. You're allowed to stop being aware of how others are feeling, what they might be thinking as the night settles around them. That kind of awareness isn't required anymore. No one needs your internal weather report. They don't need you to predict their moods or adjust yours in response. You can let go of the idea that someone is waiting for a signal from you. The nod, the pause, the word like something must be said to make the silence okay. But it's already okay. The silence isn't empty because you're not there to fill it. It's full on its own, with peace, with space, with absence of demand. You don't have to wonder whether anyone is hurt by your stillness, whether they feel abandoned or left behind. You can stop wondering what someone might say now if they knew you were simply here, just breathing, just existing, without the need to be seen or needed in return. No one has been waiting for you to do anything at all, not even yourself. The night continues on its own terms, not because it's indifferent, but because it doesn't have to rely on anyone else to move forward. The moon moves across the sky without needing permission. Trees sway in air that isn't asking them what they're doing. Birds sleep without checking if their silence will be noticed, and so can you. Your body no longer feels like a vessel meant to carry other people's weight. It doesn't feel responsible for holding back sadness, smoothing over frustration, or soothing tension with your presence. You don't have to be the quiet strength in the room anymore. Not tonight, not ever again, if you don't want to. You're allowed to stop being useful just by being here, without proving anything, without earning it through effort. Your existence doesn't require a purpose. It doesn't need approval from anyone. You are not required to be helpful or kind or attentive in order to belong in this moment. There's no obligation to care for others' comfort if you're not able to carry that weight right now. That isn't failure. That isn't selfishness. That is simply being human, being present, being tired, being done with trying so hard to make sure everyone else feels okay, and it's all fine. The dark around you doesn't ask for your attention. It doesn't demand anything of you. You don't have to explain why you're not lighting a lamp or checking on someone. There's no need to justify silence, to apologize for stillness, to prove that you didn't forget something important. Your mind can let go of the last image from today, the way someone looked when they said goodbye, whether their voice cracked, if there was hesitation in their step as they turned away. You don't have to remember what anyone said or how they reacted. You don't even have to know if you got it right.
You're not responsible for shaping other people's feelings. They've been living with themselves long before you came into the room, and they'll continue after you leave, whether by choice or otherwise. Your role wasn't to fix things. It wasn't to make them feel safe just because you were there. You weren't their anchor, just someone who happened to be present for a while, and that was enough. You don't have to carry the weight of what might happen tomorrow. The meetings, the conversations, the expectations yet unmet. You can let those things remain unseen for now. They don't need you right this second. No one does. Your breath continues, deep and even, not because it has a reason, but because life keeps going. It doesn't stop when you rest. It doesn't pause to wait for your permission. It flows through you like water, through roots in soil. Quiet,